Good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October the 15th, 2025. The time is 8:59. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll be serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Dan Ara. Headquarters staff, please introduce yourself for the record.
Jasmine Thompson.
David Cavalier.
Okay. All right. And then Mr. Nicholas West,
Yes, ma'am.
will you please give your name and DOC number for the record, please?
Nicholas Omar West, 73-1429.
Okay, and our remote location is Rapids Parish Detention Center. Is there any staff in the room that we need you to introduce yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Sergeant Stallman.
Okay, thank you very much, Sergeant. Okay, do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you answered the questions and signed?
I couldn't find that to print out for him, ma'am, but he did have one, but we just don't have it with us.
Okay, well, they're gonna be able to put it on the screen and you
Okay,
can
that's
identify it and say, so that's you, sir? You signed it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's wonderful. All right, so according to the questionnaire and the answers you gave, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you retain counsel for today's hearing?
No, I did, but I didn't put it on the paper.
Okay, but he's not there or she's not there, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and you want to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, the lead person that's been assigned your case is Mr. Danny Barra. He's going to review your violations and you can answer guilty, not guilty, with or without a statement. But first, we're going to hear from, you have a supporter today. Don't have anybody here in opposition, but a supporter is Miss Milton. She's your child's mother. Ms. Milton, would you like to say what you need to? We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, ma'am. I just wanted to put on the record that I feel like, over time people grow. And although we're young and we do have our differences and everything, it doesn't change the fact that Nick is a great dad and he's an active parent as well and a great supporter when it comes to our kids. And I know like the situation at hand involved both of us, but over time, like we had to learn not everything that we do and say not only impacts our kids, but it impacts us as well. And I have two babies out here, young babies at that. And every day I'm getting questions like, where's their dad at and who take them away, stuff like that. It's always going to be a time where you want the best for your kids and you feel like you're doing what's best for them, but I can't do it by myself. And I feel like every kid deserves to have both of their parents if that's possible. I wouldn't want him to be revoked. I would think that him being released would actually be better for not only myself, but our kids as well.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for giving us your statement. We appreciate it. All right. Because there's no more supporters or anyone in opposition, Mr. Barra, who has the lead in your case, is going to read your violations and then take your answer of guilty, not guilty, with or without a statement. Mr. Barra.
All right. It's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole by not reporting to your parole officer or any agent since October 25th of 24. How do you plead to that violation?
Guilty.
Guilty. All right. It's also alleged that you did not live at the residence on file as evident by the agent speaking with the resident and of the listed address at 3616 Vermont Street, Alexandria, and being informed that you did not live there. There's also evidence by speaking to Joisha Milton and her confirming that you have moved to several different addresses since being released and on parole and having never been notified to the parole office. How do you plead to that one about not giving the right address or staying at the same address that you gave him?
Guilty.
Okay, number 4 says that you did not refrain from criminal activity as evidenced by your arrest on 4/2/25 for aggravated assault by the Pineville Police Department. The original charge was amended to criminal mischief, and you pled guilty to that charge and was sentenced to 60 days in Pineville. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
Guilty. Okay. We're gonna have to talk about that one. Number 9, that you agreed to visits at your residence. You have not agreed to visit at your residence because you have not reported any of your residences to the parole office. How do you plead to that?
Plead guilty.
All right. And number 10, that you have never made a payment and you're $252 behind on your supervision fees. How do you plead to that?
I plead guilty.
Okay. So looking at these violations listed out by the parole officer, you pled guilty to all of them except number 4, which is the one involving the criminal behavior. Go ahead. You want to talk to us and give us a statement about number 4?
Yes, sir. Well, on that day of April the 2nd, me and my children and the mother of my kids was at Buda Lake fishing. And we had moved to a resident that wasn't fit. And the agreement was with me and the landlord that he was going to reimburse our money. So when we saw him, we asked, could we have our money back? And he agreed, yes. But in reality, he really didn't mean to give us our money back. Instead, he just made a false report, and that caused me to be away from my children. I know it kind of sounds crazy, but that's really the truth. I really genuinely didn't do nothing. I didn't put my hands on nobody. I didn't get physical with nobody. I had my kids out there, and I had the mother of my kids out there, and we just were fishing, just having family time.
But you pled guilty in court.
I pled guilty because him and his friend came in there, and I look at it like this. I already have a jacket, and I already been in jail. So instead, I just felt like by me taking a misdemeanor, I ain't honestly think it was gonna violate me. I just was trying to honestly get back out there to my kids. I have a sister that's sick. I have a child that's sick. And then I'm still working. I work at Crown. That deal with hospital linen, deal with gowns, baby clothes, bath towels. It wasn't much. I had just started working, so I wasn't able to pay my fees, but I can get my fees paid. I'm not no bad person.
We're not so much worried about the fees. We're more worried about the absconding and the conviction for that charge that you're saying you just pled guilty to get it over with, I guess is what you're kind of saying.
I'm not saying I pled.
You're saying you're not guilty, but you just pled guilty?
I'm saying I'm not guilty, but I pled guilty. It's 2 against 1. I mean, it's me that's already in orange, and it's the mother of my kids. I feel like I didn't have no win, to be honest. That's how I genuinely feel. I didn't get physical with nobody. I didn't put my hands on nobody. I did not have no weapons. I didn't touch nobody.
What about the statements that I see in the police report about a switchblade and a jacket pocket and all that? What about that?
I don't
You got anything
own
to say about that?
Yes, I do, sir.
That's what?
I don't own no switchblade. I never had no switchblade. And that's the truth. That's the truth. When I was being detained, when I was being arrested, they didn't get no switchblade out of me. I didn't have no switchblade. Honestly, we was just out there just fishing, just having family time. That's the truth for answer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not no bad person.
I don't have any more questions. Does anybody else have some questions?
Ms. Ledoux?
Ask, yes. Mr. West, is this your first time on supervision?
No, ma'am, this is my second time.
What happened with the first time? How did it end?
It ended with me and the mother of my kids, the situation that she was speaking on. That's what I was on supervision for the first time. And
Wait, you're a first class offender, correct?
yes, ma'am.
So you've been on probation before?
Oh, ma'am, I've been on parole this whole time.
Okay, so in 24, you paroled out on this obstruction of justice charge. And so you're currently being supervised on that, and you absconded for that, correct?
I've been on parole since well, my original sentence was 2018, the obstructions of justice. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is, did you know the rules? Did you know how important it was to report? I mean, why did you not report? Because that's what I'm most concerned about. We can't supervise someone we don't know where they are, okay?
And I take full accountability for that, and I really do. And I'm not gonna sit there and make no excuses for myself. When I got released October 2024, and I reported October 25, I had went up there and they asked me did I need a job, and I said yes, ma'am, I do need a job. But my parole officer went in that day, so they referred me to these classes. They're dealing with probation and parole. Even though I was wrong for not reporting, I still was going to all my classes, and it was mandatory for me to go to my classes, because if I didn't go to my classes, I was going to be incarcerated. So I completed my classes. I just ain't have time to get my certificate because I had ended up in jail.
Okay. So you weren't reporting, but you were going to classes.
Yes, ma'am. All my name is on paperwork.
And what were those classes that you were mandated to take?
It was dealing with trying to find a job and thinking for a change. And
Is that at the Day Reporting Center?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. That's great. Okay. I read the police report. I'm not as concerned about that. It seemed like it was handled, and it's over, but I was wondering about why you weren't reporting. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't have any questions. So it sounds like it would be for your final statement, sir, but do you have anything else you want to add before we vote?
I just want to say, I hope I do get another chance to go back out there to society so I can start back working. I could go back to my job. I just want to be out there for my kids, because kids don't ask to be here. And I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect at all. I made some mistakes down the road. And I just want to say that I apologize to the board for my actions. And they're growing up fast. You can't get time back. You can't get time back. I have a sister that's sick. She in and out the hospital. I have a child. He was born with a prune belly condition. He'll never develop muscle, so he gets sick easily. I just want to be there for my kids. I promise, if you do reinstate my parole, I'll report every chance, every second.
Is the panel ready to vote, Mr. Barra?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Well, looking at this case, you don't give me much of a choice. You didn't report to the parole office, and you got convicted of a new crime. So based on the fact that you got convicted of a new crime and absconded supervision from the parole officer, I have no choice but to recommend revocation of parole.
Okay, so that's rule 3 and 9, Mr. Barra?
Guilty on all of the violation.
Okay. Okay, Ms.
including
Legit
the number 4, because he actually pled guilty to the
Yeah.
reduced charge.
did, yes.
Mr. West, today my vote would be in lieu of revocation to send you to a transitional work program. And so you would be in the custody of DOC for the period prescribed for a transitional work program. And after that, we have a zero tolerance for reporting.
So the rest of them, this is for, in lieu of all of them, transitional work program. Okay, well, my vote is, I agree with Mr. Barra, because I did read, the email, and, she said that the incidents that happened never should have, but I'm certain it won't happen again. And that there'd be better communication and better example to our baby. He and I both understand the choices we make do not only affect us, but our kids as well. So she's saying there that what this was about did actually happen. So I'm finding you guilty of violation of rule number 2, 3, 4, 9, and 10. So today, sir, you have been revoked, and the time is 9:16.
I still have a question. Before this end, I still have a question. Okay, that's your final revoke for that. And in 24, I just served 17 months for this. So I'm really still kind of confused.
Okay, we're signing off because we don't figure out time. So you can ask somebody where you're at to speak to someone about that, okay? Signing off at Rapids.
And that's crazy.
Well, I guess that said
All right. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 15th, 2025. The time is 9:32. My name is Carolyn Stapleton, and I'm serving as chairman of today's panel. My colleagues are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. The panel today is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today's remote location is Bossier Medium Correction. Staff, will you introduce yourself, please, for the record?
I'm sorry, can you hear us now? Okay,
You can introduce yourself for the record, please.
yes, ma'am. My name is Jason Johnson. I'm one of the program managers at Steve Oil at Bossier.
Mhm.
I'm Deputy Terrence Stanford, classification deputy here at Bossier Medium.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I would like for, I hope I say it right, Mr. Grubblys to introduce himself with his DOC number, please.
He's just next door. He's on his way.
How do you pronounce his last name?
I believe that is correct.
Grubblys, okay.
Okay, all right, here we go. Let's see. No. All right, there we go. Thank you.
Miss. Mr. Grubblys, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes, Modestas Grubly's.
Okay. Will you introduce yourself, your DOC number for the record, please?
774755.
And then say your name.
Modestas Grubly's.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to read out some information, and at the end, you're going to verify if I'm correct, okay? You ready? All right, so we're going to start with your name, Modestas Grubblys, DOC number 774755. You're a first-time felony offender. Your offense is money laundering, 2 counts. Theft over $500, 2 counts. Your sentencing date was 12/5/2022. You were sentenced to 15 years DOC. It was 4 times running concurrent. Parole date is 3/23/2026. Good time date is 9/28/2026. And your full-time date is 6/23/2037. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I have here that the classes that you've taken, well, before we start, we don't have anybody in support of you today, but we have somebody in, her name is Lisa White. She is here in opposition. We will let her speak. Ms. White, you want to get up and speak? Morning.
I'm here on behalf of myself and Kevin Jordan for the fraudulent transaction from February 2022, about 28,000. We feel one of the things is we'll never see this money again, but he says he's going to do restitution, and I honestly don't believe that. I want to point out that this has become very emotional and stressful for all of us, not only for me, as I was the one that did the majority of the transaction for Mr. Jordan, who's my boss. But I was also in contact via chat, through this whole thing. The whole actions look pretty legit. So now, when we try to do any kind of transactions online, you kind of like have to do double work trying to make sure that everything that you're doing is correct. So it's real stressful. It causes more work for me and my employees to make sure that what they're doing anything online is legit. It's kind of like being violated at your home, especially for the amount of money. As far as restitution, I honestly don't think that will ever happen if he gets released. Especially the fact that he's, doing not coming back here, from my understanding. I think he should serve his time. I think the time, that the 15 years should be served, because, I mean, that's just the way we feel. We feel that because we just don't think that we'll ever see our money again. We're a business, you know, we don't take that lightly as far as losing that much money on something that we really thought was a legit purpose.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming here today. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Grublys, would you like to tell us in your words why you're incarcerated and why we should release you early?
Due to my language barrier, I wrote down some notes that would help me this day, and my family did wrote emails on Monday for supporting me. I want to ask you, did you receive them?
It was sent Monday?
Yes. My brother and my mother sent the emails to Parole board at la.gov.
Okay.
We'll review the packet. Just go ahead with your statement, please.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good morning, everybody. I took full responsibility for what I did, and now I understand that my actions was wrong. Communication skills kept me out of trouble, helped me express myself, and I stayed around positive people that want to help me and help themselves. I did a lot of group exercises in the dorm that really helped us feel better and healthier. My mom and my brother has been supporting me all the time while I was incarcerated, and they still supporting me, and they will support me mentally, emotionally, and financially. My general comments to you are that I feel that I should be paroled because I finished Steve Hall intensive substance abuse program. I finished anger management class. I finished domestic violence class. I finished parenting class, substance abuse class. I read a lot of self-help books. And in rehabilitation, I learned that substances are bad and anger and domestic violence is horrible, and that you have to be positive towards family and others. I took this prison sentence the positive way, mentally, physically, and emotionally. We strengthened bond with my family and communication skills. I learned that my actions not only affected me, but my family, community, and friends and loved ones. I learned that I was wrong. I read a lot of books. I did a lot of studying towards better future. I feel clear as ever before. I can think clearly. I did partake Bible study and meditation and fitness. I stayed planning my roofing and landscaping future businesses. I'm planning to build a new house for me and my family. I have also developed problem-solving skills along with learning how to express myself. All these things help me learn about myself, how to keep myself on the right tracks as a person, and to take myself from ever being incarcerated again. At the time when I took wrong actions, I wasn't thinking about myself, but through incarceration, I have changed. My thinking and behavior have changed too. I follow the rules and help myself and others for the sake of good. Dear board members, at this time, I would to thank you for this opportunity today, for allowing me this time for ability to express not only all that I have learned and accomplished during my incarceration, but all the ability to show you as well for this hearing and express to you how I feel and what it means to me be better for myself, family, and friends, and the community. It is my most sincere prayer and hope that you would not only trust me, but also the things that I learned from my treatment and classes during my incarceration with Steve Hall Intensive Substance Abuse Program, that you will allow me to put these tools I learned to work by allowing me the blessing of parole. Thank you for your time and consideration upon my release.
Thank you very much. Staff in the room, do you have anything that you would like to say to us, Add?
This is Lieutenant Roberts. We have not had any behavioral issues from him at all. So there's no disciplinary or anything like that. And he was in the program, and Shot could probably speak a little bit more on his behalf.
What he said is correct. He completed 9 months of Steve Boyle as well as domestic violence training. And I have no record of any treatment write-ups for him while he was here.
Has he completed the 100 hours of pre-release?
I do not believe so. Do you think you've done that somewhere else? Pre-release?
No.
Okay. I don't think he has.
How about GED?
GED, I tried, but they stopped doing this over here, right? Yes.
And it's starting back up.
Oh yeah. I tried, but they stopped it.
All right. And are y'all aware there's an ICE detainer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, today, your case is assigned to me, and I've listened to all of your accomplishments, which are wonderful.
Thank you very much.
And all the plans that you have for your life and the people around you, people close to you. But you never did mention restitution. There's one fella, $55,000, and the lady that just now spoke, $28,000. And you're planning to build a new house. So where does your restitution fit into all of that?
I have a lot of experiences in landscaping and roofing businesses. So I will start work as soon as I get adapted to the community, and when I start feel better, and I will start work and pay restitution.
Ask you something, because you did mention the consequences for this behavior to your family.
Yes.
You talked a lot about that, which is very good, but I didn't hear you say what the probable consequences were to your victims that lost that amount of money.
I did wrote down, and I understand that I committed a crime and took full responsibility for it. I would like to apologize to my victims for what I've done. I'm sorry. Being incarcerated, I learned a lot about myself and others. I learned that to understand what's wrong and what is right in life. I learned that this is not the life I want to live. I want to live a good life. I learned that family and friends are very important to me and also to my victims. I would like to be with my family. And rehabilitation program helped me see that drugs and domestic violence is horrible. I learned to be patient and polite towards society and public. I'm ready to seek employment and work and have a fresh new start and pay my victims restitution. And to come back home to my loved ones. Thank you for helping me become a better person.
Thank you very much for reading that. I appreciate that. I don't have any more questions. I want to say that you have complete opposition from law enforcement and the AG. And then Mr. Robert mentioned the detainer. Does anyone else have any questions, Mr.?
I would like to know how, when, and why did you come to the United States?
I came to the United States in 2021 and as a tourist, and what happened was that my bag got stolen with my property, and that's what led me to get in trouble.
Okay.
Mr.
I have a
Barra?
question. What were you taking the money for? What did you need that money for?
I really didn't mean to steal it, but I did, and I feel bad about it. And at the time, I wasn't really thinking about myself or the others, that I'm affecting them the wrong way. And I just learned that I won't do this again, and this
So
is
my question is, what did you spend the money on? Why did you steal it? What did you spend it on?
I just on everything, on rent, on a lot of it got missing, and I just I couldn't hold on to them because my property got stolen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm the lead, so I'm going to vote first today. And I'm going to vote to deny your parole based upon strong law enforcement opposition, victim opposition. You do have a detainer. So those are my reasonings. Ms. Ledoux?
My vote would be to grant to the ICE detainer and have him deported immediately.
Okay. Mr. Barra?
I'm going to concur with Ms. Ledoux, grant to ICE detainer only for deportation and order he pay restitution to the victims in the case as ordered by the judge in the court.
Okay. Today you have, your parole has been denied. And you heard the vote of Mr. Barra and Ms. Ledoux to grant you to go to ICE for deportation and to pay your restitution. And then I voted to not grant you parole either. So that concludes us at, is that the last one at this location?
Yes, they're correcting her because she said that he was denied.
They're discussing. Oh.
I'm sorry, are y'all talking? I can't hear a word.
Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is October 15th, 2025. My name is Carolyn. The time is 10:01. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as the chairman. My colleagues are Miss Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. They are on Zoom. Today's remote location is still at Bossier Medium Correctional. Staff has already introduced themselves. Mr. Clark, for the record, will you introduce yourself with your name and DOC number, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Kenny Dwayne Clark, DOC 706346.
Okay. Okay, I'm fixing to give some information on your master record, and then at the end you will let me know whether it's correct or not, okay? Kenny Dwayne Clark Sr. is your recorded name, 706346, DOC number. You're a second-class offender. Your offenses is a violation of a protective order with battery of a protected person, violation of a protective order with battery of a protected person. That's two separate violations. One, the sentencing date is 10/22/24, and the other is the same sentencing date of 10/22/24. You were sentenced to 2 years hard labor for each one to run concurrently. Your parole date is 10/22/2025. You're not eligible for good time, and your full term date is 4/23/2026. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, at this time, will you let us know why, in your words, you're incarcerated and why you should be released early?
Well, I was incarcerated I kind of made a mistake, and I take accountability to the mistake I made, and I take accountability to my actions I made. And the person I was when I came to jail, I'm a way better person now. When I came to Bossier Medium, they helped me change my mindset. My mindset is positive. Everything about me is positive. I also got baptized. Like with these classes I'm in, from the domestic to the risk management to the victim awareness, it taught me a lot, and it helped me do everything I need to do to get home. And feel like I have failed myself by coming to jail, but throughout my incarceration, I have changed and became a better person.
Okay.
And I continue to be a better person. I want to keep going and continue to get the best I could.
Okay, staff, do you have any comments that you'd like to make?
We haven't had any disciplinaries on him.
Okay, and that's all you know about him?
That's about it.
Okay.
And as the program goes, he's set to graduate in 2 weeks on the 30th of October. Taken 6 months of substance abuse treatment with domestic violence and parenting. And we also have no complaints.
Okay, so they're all inclusive: domestic violence, parenting, and substance abuse.
I'm not sure I understand the question, but yes, he has taken all of those.
Okay, all right.
How about the $100 pre-release? Has he done that one?
Have you done that somewhere else?
$100 pre-release?
I did it in Caddo. When I got into it in Caddo, I was in it 3 days, and they shipped me to Tallulah. And from Tallulah, I came straight here.
Are you in reentry classes here?
Yeah, I'm in reentry here.
Okay, so I believe he may be taking it now.
No.
Yeah, that is a brand new class for us. I'm not sure all the information on that, honestly, but we have just recently started.
And what about GED or vocational? What do you have there for him?
On HUDSON, I haven't done HUDSON yet. I haven't done.
All right.
But I took the domestic violence class.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, yes. All right, we have a supporter on Zoom, Ms. Gunsey. Is she ready? Okay.
Hi, you said Miss Lindsay?
No, Ms. Gunsey with a G. Is it Ms. Lindsay?
It's Miss Lindsay.
Lindsay? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I see it now. I'm sorry.
You're okay. I knew who
Right.
you were talking to.
That's good. Okay, well, go ahead and tell us what you'd like us to know, ma'am.
Um, just that it's nothing bad. I just feel like he served his time, and it's just been very hard for me. It's been very difficult for me to have to care for my son alone. I haven't had any help. And Kenny was a very, very, very huge resource for me with his son, because between him and my mom, that's who would care for my child while I work. I work for the VA, I work for the government, so it's not many days that I can take off. And my mom's an older lady. She's 65. She does what she can, but I just don't want to overload her. And I just feel like having Kenny come home. I'm sorry, I had to come in the bathroom. I'm at work. Having Kenny come home, it would just be better for me, for my family. Before he went in, he wasn't a terrible person. Always helpful whenever I needed him to do something. He did it. Didn't really give me any slack about it. His son loves him. His mom is truly missing him. She actually has been declining since he's been in jail. Her health has not been well at all. And we just, as well as my family, his family, we depend on Kenny. I know it sounds crazy, but we really do. And not having him here for these almost 2 years it's been a lot, and it's been a lot of turmoil in my life. Been rough.
Okay, it's okay. All right, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra, and he will conduct the interview, and he's going to cast the first vote when we vote. Mr. Barra? You're on mute.
All right, thank you.
Gotcha.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start over again. I want to go over the case a little bit before asking any questions. And it says, from what I'm reading, on December 27, 2023, Judge Mosley signed a protective order for Mr. Clark to stay 1,000 yards away from Ms. Glensley. On 1/17/24, shortly after the protective order was signed, he showed up at her residence and beat her with a closed fist, causing visible injuries. He also attempted to break her phone and put it in the water when she tried to call police, but her watch was still working and she was able to get through to police. Then on January 30th, 2024, Clark went back to the victim's residence and beat Ms. Glensley, causing a black eye, and ripped off her shirt. He did this knowing a protective order was in place. And then on 4/25/24, Ms. Glensley contacted SPD detectives and advised that subject was constantly calling her from the jail about the pending charges and that she no longer wanted to pursue. Phone records indicate a total of 61 calls were made from the jail to Ms. Glensley. Based on the protective order that was in place, Clark was charged with 30 counts of violation of a protective order. So my question for Mr. Clark is, why were you still doing all that when you knew a protective order was in place? Do you just have no respect for protective orders?
I was there with Miss Glensley with my child. That's it. It was for them to help her with my son. She asked me over and over after I wouldn't go over, you know. She kept asking me to come help her with my child. And that was kind of at the time, that was kind of the only place I had to live was with Miss Glensley. So And it was kind of, I'm not using my child for an excuse, but the love I have for my son, I couldn't stay away from her, and she needed me to help her. Like when she would leave, I would go to her house and keep him so she wouldn't be there. And she'll go to work.
Well, but the protective order said you couldn't go within 1,000 feet of that. So you went anyway.
And I truly apologize for that. I did. I really made a mistake.
She's the same Ms. Glenzie who we just heard talk, who said that you're not a bad guy and you need to get free. Is that the same person?
Yes, sir, that's me. I'm still here.
So I guess I got a question for you. Were you lying then or are you lying now?
I wasn't lying then. I did have Kenny come over there because, like I stated earlier, I don't have any help. I'm not from down here. I was born and raised in Inglewood, California. My dad just recently passed. So all I have is my mother and father to help with childcare, other than Kenny. I had him come over there because I had to go to work. I had lost my job at Willis Knighton because I was missing so many days of work. When the protection order was in place, I just had no resources for nobody else to watch my son. So I did ask Kenny to come over there several times to watch him, which I knew was wrong, but I had no other choice.
So basically, it sounds like what you're telling me is you were telling the truth to the police then. He did beat you. He did give you a black eye. He did smash your phone.
I'll
He hit
say
you.
this. Kenny didn't beat on me. We mutually got into a fight with one another. Of course he's a man, he's gonna be a little stronger, but as far as like me being balled up and beat up on, no, and I didn't tell the police that either. And that detective that put in the 60 calls from the jail, I actually reported her to Internal Affairs because she was harassing me so bad.
Who was harassing you so bad?
The detective, I forgot her name. I reported her to Internal Affairs and I reported her to her supervisor. And he promised me that I would not hear from her anymore. And he apologized in the manner that she was doing me because it was, I take depression pills and I had to up my dose because the woman was driving me crazy. She was driving me crazy. I was already going through enough and she was making it worse.
Are you telling me right now that you don't fear him at all and that you're not scared of him at all and you don't think he would come back and do any kind of anything to you again?
I don't fear him. I didn't fear him then. I'm a pretty tough girl myself. I'm a daddy's girl. My dad raised me, so I can handle me. I didn't fear him then. I definitely don't fear him now because he has changed. I can see the change in him. I just really, I need him here for his son. I can't do this on my own. It's hard for me. It's stressful for me. I've lost almost 30 pounds. I look like a skeleton almost. I'm 31. I need help. I'm humbly asking the courts. I really need him out. I need help. And I'm not scared of him. I'm crying because it's just been a lot this past year. So it's been a lot.
If we were to grant him parole, you'd agree to hold harmless the parole board, the Department of Corrections, and probation and parole from anything that might happen if he decides to violate the protective order again?
Oh, yes. You mean, I'm sorry, you're saying like, would I say something?
No, I mean hold harmless, like you can't come back and blame us. Say, hey, we
Oh,
had him
no,
in
no,
jail.
no, 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 no. No.
You know, it's your fault because you should have kept him in jail.
No, that's not something I'm going to say at all, ever. Because like I said, he's not a threat to me. So I wouldn't have to say that because I can assure that he's not going to return there for anything. I don't even think he's going to get minor tickets. This has been enough for him. He's not a like a hard time doer, I guess. So I feel like this is going to be the end of the rope for him. And
All
that's
right,
just my opinion.
I don't have any more questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
This will do.
Thank you.
I have no questions.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you, the district attorney who handles all this stuff said in addition to violating the terms of the protective order multiple times, Clark did so in a violent manner by battering the victim on both occasions in the presence of a small child and preventing the victim from calling for help. Clark's criminal history demonstrates he is a serial domestic abuser, and his failure to comply with basic court orders leads this office to believe that he is extremely likely to violate any parole conditions set by the parole board. He is a continuing threat to the community at large and the victim in particular. We oppose parole. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I listened. I understand, Ms. Glenzie, you need some help. But this is not the right kind of help that you're willing to take beatings for. I would suggest, if this is not an order or anything like that, but Bossier hopefully would have some domestic violence shelters, and then you could speak to them. You would be speaking to ladies that have gone through the same thing. And maybe they have some way to help each other with childcare and stuff, that it doesn't force a person to go back to someone that you say you don't fear them, but it doesn't matter. We can't tolerate somebody being beat on. That's just against our laws. So that's my statement about this. You have strong law enforcement opposition, and that carries a lot of weight with me. Is the board ready to vote?
Yes.
Well, let's say this. Before we vote, do you have any last thing you would like to share with us, Mr. Clark?
Really nothing. Like I say, I just know I became a better person, and those times Miss Glenzie called the law and said I put my hand on her, I didn't. So I know I'm not a person. That would have been on my background for many years.
Well, when a policeman fills out a police report, it's an affidavit. And in the police report, they noticed swelling on the left side of her face near her eyes. They observed blood on her right hand. She said she had been dragged through the apartment and that you had struck her in the face. So these were observations that the police, as far as injuries, were able to put in their report that they observed, not that she just told them. So they put their name on the line in an affidavit that these injuries were credible and a threat to her safety.
Well, when I went to court, I showed them the videos in my phone where I had my child in my hand and I was physically being attacked by Miss Glenzie, and I set my child down and I ran outdoors, and I made on January 30th, I'm the one who made the police call.
Okay.
So that's on record, but I called them and they came out. The reason they brought me was they said I wasn't supposed to be there, which was true. Now, I showed them the phone that I wasn't an abuser. And they also, that's the reason I had 37 charges. They dropped the domestics because they seen that it's like they told me I could take 2 years on something, and they were just telling me 2 years on something. And I just took the 2 years on the violation of protective orders. With the domestics.
I'm sorry. Can I say one more thing? This is Jamar.
Okay, one more thing. Then we're going to vote.
Yes, ma'am. That night that he is speaking of, he was the one that called the police. And that night we didn't fight. So I'm not sure where they were saying like like that night we didn't get in a fight. We just argued. I had came back. I had just recently had my baby. He was there. Like I said, I had called him to come because I didn't have nobody else to watch my child. I went out to dinner with my friend. She wanted to take me out. I came back a little intoxicated. We began to argue. He called the police because I was, in a way, being a bit aggressive. But when the police came, you know, they calmed the situation, but they saw it was a protective order, and that's why they said that they took him. But we did not physically fight that night.
Okay, well, protective order is against the person it's against. So the onus is on them to abide by the protective order. So the panel is ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready to vote and I'm the lead. Mr. Clark, today I vote to deny your parole based upon your violations of your protective orders and also the battery on the victim. Law enforcement, strong opposition. You haven't finished all your classes. So that's my reason. Mr.
I'll concur with Ms. Stapleton for the same reasons.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux.
Well, I am very pleased with the programming you have taken. I'm hopeful that you are a reformed person. My vote today is to deny. You will be able to finish some courses while you're there.
Okay, the time is 10:23. Your parole has been denied.
We're still.
The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 15th, 2025. The time is 10:35. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will be serving as chairman today. My colleagues on the panel are joining us by Zoom. That would be Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. You are at the remote location of Bossier Parish Maximum Security Facility. Will you please introduce yourself and your DOC number for the record, sir?
Tony Gay, 130575.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed that asked you questions? Could you read and write?
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
have-
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have that?
I don't have it with me.
Oh, that's okay, but you remember signing it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's look at it real quick. Okay. All right, you understand everything, you can read and write,
Yes, ma'am.
and you signed it. So based upon this, sir, you do not qualify for appointed counsel. And did you retain counsel for today?
But I had asked them about appointed counsel, but they never did tell me.
Well, you don't qualify for it because you can read and write, you understand the charges today. So all of those questions makes you not eligible for appointed counsel.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
And all right, so there's no one here in support of you and no one here in opposition of you today.
They couldn't get in touch with nobody. They said they try to call every day at Huntsville Correctional Center. They say, would nobody pick the phone up?
I'll be doggone. Okay, well, we're going to proceed. And how we proceed is I'm the lead person on your case. So I'm going to read the rule violations. And then at the end, you're going to answer guilty or not guilty with or without a statement. Okay? You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Violation of rule number 4. On or about November the 5th, 2024, you did commit the offense of domestic abuse battery on a pregnant victim. The crime happened in Bossier Parish. The amended bill of information filed in the 26th Judicial District Court charging that Tony Gay on or about November the 5th, 2024, committed a battery upon a household member or family member, namely Marsha Anna Woods. The court minutes from the 26th Judicial Court dated June 9th, 2025 for Bossier number 253879. Gay pled guilty to the amended charge and was sentenced to 180 days in jail in the parish prison and credited for time served. Is that correct? Are you guilty, not guilty, and do you have a statement?
Well, I have a statement by right. By right, the judge told me if you ain't guilty, don't plead guilty. I ain't want to plead guilty, but my lawyer, she begged me to plead guilty. I want to plead guilty with a statement. Okay, I tried to stop this my wife from ODing. Now my lawyer told the DA the same thing. Say, why you won't just go and drop the charges? So the judge called him up there. The judge said, wait a minute, you dropped the domestic violence to a domestic abuse. But the judge said, now his wife is sitting right there. She stated that he did not hit her at all. He called six people up there from out the DA office, and the DA told the judge, I'm just only trying to get a victim here, Your Honor. And that was it. Everybody dropped their head and walked off. And I was trying to stop somebody from ODing. Had a mouth full of pills and both her hands were full of pills. And I called her mom in there, told her mom, I said, call 911. Her mom said, what's going on? I said, she got a handful of pills and look at all them pills in her mouth. I called her mom and son in the room. That's really why I'm locked up, trying to stop somebody from ODing.
Okay. Well, only thing I can go by is the rule violation, preliminary hearing, and the case that was brought before you. Have the opposition of the DA, the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff, the Attorney General, have opposition, from all of those people. And then you pled guilty to a lesser charge. And it started off with domestic abuse battery against a pregnant victim.
Domestic violence, they dropped to domestic abuse. But
It said committed a battery upon a household member or family member, namely Marsha Ann Woods. So that's amended to.
I don't know about the battery. They just told me a domestic violence. That's all I know. Then they say they're gonna drop.
It is domestic because it's a household member, but it took it down from being a domestic abuse battery of a pregnant victim, which would have been a harsher penalty.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So how do you plead, sir? Guilty, not guilty?
Well,
Or the statement that you say that you pled guilty?
yes, ma'am. I pleaded guilty to it, but I mean, I might as well go and say guilty. I mean, I was trying to stop my wife ODing. They got to, when she got to the doctor got the pills out of her. I'm telling the truth about everything, everything.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go to my panel members and see if they have any questions. Mr. Barra?
No questions.
No questions, Ms. Ledoux?
No, I've read the packet in its entirety. I have no questions.
Okay, today, Mr. Gay, your parole has been revoked and it's for violation of rule number 4.
We
gotta
haven't
vote.
voted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Ms. Ledoux.
My vote is to revoke parole based on criminal conduct.
Okay, Mr. Barra,
I vote to revoke parole too, based on a plea of guilty to a new charge while on supervision.
and my vote today is to revoke based upon a guilty plea while on supervision. Okay.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. So today, sir, your parole has been revoked and you understand the reasons. We just read them out.
Yes, ma'am.
And that concludes our session, our hearing at 10:42.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 15th, 2025. The time is 10:54. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll serve as the chair today. My colleagues on today's panel are Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. You are at Bossier Parish Maximum Security. Will you please introduce yourself and your DOC number for the record, please?
Norman Clay Guthrie Jr., 384459.
Okay, that's right. Okay, do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed?
No, this, all I have is my my violation report.
Okay, they're putting it on the screen for you. Do you
Yeah.
recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Based upon that questionnaire, you are not eligible for appointed counsel.
Okay.
You didn't retain counsel, am I correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. The lead person on your case is myself, and I'm going to review your violations, and you will answer guilty or not guilty with or without a statement. All right, so violation, let me check out. Okay, violation number 2. You failed to report to your parole officer for the months of March, April, June, August, September, October, November, and December 2024, and then January, February, March, April, and May 2025. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay, is it going to be guilty, not guilty with a statement?
Not guilty.
Okay. All right. In May 2024, you provided your supervising officer with the address of 1120 Cresswell. However, you were not residing there. You failed to gain permission prior to making any change in your address. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay. Number 6, you failed to obtain employment or provide any proof of attempting to do so. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Number 9, residence visits were made impossible as you absconded supervision, making your whereabouts unknown. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
You failed to pay supervision fees as instructed. You are currently $1,890 behind. How do you plead?
Guilty with statement.
Okay. Okay, you don't have any supporters here. You don't have any opposition. So explain to me how we got here with all these not guilties.
Okay, if you look at condition number 2.
Okay.
At the beginning, you can see March, April, and June contradicts number 4, where I was incarcerated at Bossier Max. I was on simultaneously doing parole in Louisiana and Arkansas. I was incarcerated for the whole year of 2024 in Arkansas. I left from Bossier Parish here. I had a detainer on me, and I was extradited to the state of Arkansas, where I finished my remainder of my parole term till December the 11th of 2024. My parole officer, David Kerr, was fully 100% aware of all of this. Yeah, so I never missed a report, and I never left the state of Louisiana, or my parole officer always knew where I was at all times. This is something got mixed up after I got released from Arkansas. I reported to Mr. Kerr, and he didn't have a hold on me or anything. I came straight from there. Someone drove from a sober living house all the way from Shreveport, Louisiana to Arkansas and picked me up. And he can testify that I did go, in fact, report, because they brought me from the sober living house. I had a face-to-face visit
with my officer, Officer Kerr. And we set up, let me see how, it was, he called it inactive status for the last few months of my parole, because I'd been incarcerated for almost a year of my parole, and he knew where I was at. I'm here at Bossier now. They have a record of my incarceration here and my detainers, where I was extradited to the state of Arkansas to finish off the remainder of my parole in Arkansas.
Well, all that being true, why wasn't that at the preliminary hearing?
It was, ma'am. It was. I don't even understand that I had a preliminary hearing. A parole officer that wasn't even my officer came and asked me some questions, and I explained all of this. And they said that no. They asked me if I wanted to defer my charges. I said, ma'am, I don't have any charges. They said, well, yeah, look right here on 2020. And then she goes, oh God, that's 2024. I said, yeah, this is 2025. They thought I was incarcerated and had pending charges. Which let's go down to number 4.
Okay.
The theft of motor vehicle fuel, that stems from 2017. Whenever I got reincarcerated here at Bossier Max, like I said, I had a parole hold on me. So therefore, I stayed incarcerated here in Bossier Parish for 3 months. When I went to court, they dropped it down to theft under $100 because it was for a gallon of gas. I went ahead and I pled guilty, and I was extradited to the state of Arkansas. But all of this stems prior to 2019 when I was put on when I commit my offense, and I was released on parole in 2023.
Miss Stapleton, I don't believe you even read out number 4, did you?
No, I didn't.
So
Okay,
we
number
can
4.
disregard that.
Huh?
So we're disregarding that.
Right, I didn't read it. Yeah, I did not read number 4, which is the theft of vehicle fuel.
That's right. I did some probing on the dates and was given some information that Guthrie was arrested on 5/29 of 2025 as an absconder. The time he was in jail in Arkansas was from January 10 of 24 to January 25 of 24. And then he was arrested again on 3/3 of 24 and was released 5/7 of 24. So he was not in jail the entire time that you're saying. So there were times that you had absconded supervision and your whereabouts were unknown.
Absolutely not. My parole officer knew where I was at it every step of the way. This report has been done by someone that was not my parole officer. My parole officer went from the Shreveport division to the Minden division. They done a division split, and he passed my case on to someone else. They had no idea what was going on with my situation. And when I try to explain this, because look, even I used the U.S. Postal Service from the times that I was incarcerated to actually even write handwritten letters to my parole officer. My officer's name was David Kerr. He was fully aware everywhere that I was at, when I was incarcerated, when I was in Arkansas, and when I was out. He helped me with my homelessness. He sent me to the Salvation Army. He set me up with a hygiene kit. He knew exactly where I was at. I communicated with him through electronic means, through his text message, one-way texts from my email or in my cell phone when I did have a cell phone to his. That's the only way that we're able to communicate with our officers in the Shreveport district is one-way communication through a text. And there should be records of every one of my electronic communication. Now, as far as like a paper going to the office of him, he told me, he says, it's okay. I'm counting this as a report. Ma'am, I have never, ever missed a report while I was on parole. My supervisor knew where I was at all times. It's just when this division split, I got a new officer and she had no idea. If you could call Officer Kerr, he could probably clear this up.
Let me ask you this. On May 2024, Norman provided his supervising officer with the address of 1120 Cresswell. However, he was not residing there. He failed to gain permission prior to making any changes in the address. And then the next paragraph, he pled not guilty. Norman stated he was at a sober living house for a day that went to 1120 Cresswell, which was Christian Development Center, for one day, then went to the Salvation Army for approximately 10 days. He claims he then was homeless and living between Plain Dealing, Louisiana, and Spring Hill, Louisiana. He admitted to not reporting any changes in his addresses, but states he texted his officer and checked his email at the library, but the officer never emailed or texted him back.
That is, yes, that's not word for word, but that is pretty much correct. When I went to, like I told you, I had someone from the sober living house that picked me up. Okay, I was told by Mr. Kerr to have an office visit. I took public transportation to there. I put on my report in the lobby, I did put that address, 1120 Cresswell. But once I went into his office, he and I had a visit, and that's where I reported homelessness. And he sent me to the Salvation Army with a hygiene kit. He was fully aware of and we set up an email address in Guthrie 676@gmail.com. So I could go to the public library, because at the time I did not have a cell phone. Like I said, I got extradited from Arkansas. I got picked up at a sober living house, and I didn't even have time to obtain a cell phone to give a number. So we set up a clear line of communication through an electronic email. He says, look, you can get on the bus and you can go to the public library. There's no excuse for you not to check your emails. So that's what we had, a clear, crystal clear line of communication. He knew exactly where I was at, what I was doing. And he says, keep your nose clean and you'll be all right. He actually said that I think he called it inactive status. He said in the office visit, he says, it is my duty as your parole officer during the course of your parole to let you know that you're supposed to get 30 for 30. Since you've been incarcerated for a year, you have less than a year left. I'm going to recommend you for inactive status. Now, I fully understand that this was just a recommendation, that he could not do it. But he told me that he would send an email if anything went wrong. I never received an email. Now, I still continued through the months to text him one way. It's a phone that's issued to him. The end number was given to me by 2525 Uri Drive in administration. When I called there, the number that's given to me when I'm a parolee to call this number if I need any help. I called the office number. They gave me his cell phone number, and I text him every step of the way. When I was homeless, everything.
Okay, we're repeating ourselves now.
Yes,
Mr. Byron, do you have any questions you'd like to ask or any statement?
What is it that you're there for right now? Do you have any pending charges, any more detainees, anything, or
No, sir. I've not been arrested for absolutely nothing. I've been sitting here for 4 months with just a parole hold on me. Yes, I haven't
so
committed.
you're just trying to resolve these issues? What's
Yes.
your plan? What's your plan if you get out? What's your plan?
Here in Plain Dealing, I've got I already had electronic applications for the sawmill here. I have employment waiting on me right now. Within the week I will be employed. I don't have very much parole left, like a couple months. I have no problem at all reporting a couple of times. Reporting has never been a problem. I do have a strong support system behind me. I went through a patch of homelessness, but I've got a good family and support system and a job waiting on me here at the sawmill. That's my plan, sir.
Where you plan on living?
Here in Plain Dealing, Louisiana.
And you have a place to go?
Yes, sir.
And what about the sober living house? Did you successfully complete all that?
It was not a completion thing. It was just because I was homeless. I came from Arkansas and I needed some place to go. So I called this place, is called Helping Hands. And they sent a Mr. Lee Hartman, and he sent me to his sober living house. And I made it for a day. And then I went to the Salvation Army. But since then, I've got a good support system. I do have people behind me, and I do have a job waiting on me. I have no problems with successfully completing the rest of my parole. This is just a big misunderstanding through an administration split. But I've been good.
Okay,
That's good.
I want to call for an executive session, please.
I'll second.
Washington,
Yes.
Sadu,
Yes.
Ross.
Yes.
What they done last time, and then they voted to
Okay, we're back from executive session and the time is 11:12. And the board is ready to vote. My recommendation is, do not revoke and reinstate on supervision. Ms. Ledoux.
I vote also to not revoke, to continue his supervision till his full term date.
Okay, Mr. Byron.
You're muted.
I concur with both of y'all. Same reason, same recommendation.
thank y'all.
All right, so we're signing off at 11:13 from Bossier Parish Maximum Security. And you have been reinstated to supervision and you have not been revoked, and you can finish your full term.
Thank you, ma'am. Y'all have a good day.
You stay out here.
Yep, I'm going home.
Push it a little bit to your right.
All ready? Yeah. All right. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 15th, 2025. The time is 11:27. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I am the chair today. My colleagues on today's panel are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Gerald Ledoux, Mr. Danny Barra. Let's see, today our remote location at this time is at Washington Parish Jail. Is there any staff in the room that you would introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Albert Benzabat, which is spelled Bensabat. I'm not staff. I'm the attorney for Mr. Pigott. There's no staff in the room.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. All right. And Mr. Pigott, would you please say your name and your DOC number for the record?
Jeffrey Pigott, 22-10-10.
Okay. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed that asks some different questions? Can you read and write and stuff?
No, I don't have it in front of me, no, ma'am.
Okay, they're gonna put it on the screen for you.
Is that your signature?
Do you see that? Is that your signature, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, you have supporters and opposition in the room, and we're gonna let them speak. I'm just gonna explain a little bit of the process after they speak that we're gonna go through. You have a lead person assigned to your case, and Mr. Barra will then review your violations and you'll answer guilty, not guilty, with or without a statement. But first, you have supporters. That would be your attorney. Let's see, Mr. Best, say your name again, I'm sorry.
Benzabat. I have trouble with it myself.
Okay, please make your statement.
I just received notice of this hearing late afternoon yesterday. I'm not really prepared for it. All I can say is that Mr. Pigott does have new charges here in Washington Parish. Our next court date is November 8th, so the case has not been resolved. There has been no conviction.
Okay, pending charges.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and then we have the, in opposition, speaking as the pardon and parole agent, Rebecca Eichner.
Good morning, y'all. Rebecca Agner with Covington Parish or Covington District. So I obtained Mr. Pigott's case about 4 months ago while he was already incarcerated and within the violation process. His charges have not been resolved as of yet. When he was initially served in 2023 for the initial arrest for racketeering and conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute Schedule 2, he deferred. We reserved him. He wished to defer again. However, that's not an option. Due to the charges, we're just requesting revocation. He does not appear to have any other violations.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. The lead on your case today is Mr. Danny Barra. He's gonna go over your violation, and then he will ask you for a guilty, not guilty, with or without a statement. Mr. Barra?
I believe he's muted.
Yeah. He's got it?
Sorry about that.
Okay. That's okay.
It's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole by violating condition number 4, being arrested for possession of Schedule 2 and racketeering on 7/6/23. The charges are still pending in court, and you're currently charged with prohibited acts in the racketeering in Washington Parish. The next court date for these is November 8th, 2025. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. All right. Mr. Attorney, I heard you say that you just got notified of this case.
Well, I was retained, I want to say last week or the week before to represent him in the court case. I was just notified of this hearing late afternoon yesterday.
Do you need more time?
I don't believe anything's going to change if I get more time. I mean, he does have a case pending. It hasn't been resolved, and that's where we are.
Okay. Then we'll go on with the hearing. So do you have any statements you want to make before we vote then, Mr.
No, sir.
No statement.
I said, I mean, I'm just getting into the case. I'm not really familiar with all the facts of the case as of yet. But like I said, it's not been resolved. We're set for November the 8th. And that's
it. Did he have a pre-trial this last week? Did he have a pre-trial?
He did. His former attorney is now the commissioner for the 22nd Judicial District. And so he was basically unrepresented until I was retained. Actually, I was retained on October 7th, and I had to be somewhere else on October 8th, so it got continued.
And so what is the chances of him actually going to trial on November 8th?
No, it's a pre-trial.
That's pre-trial on November 8th.
Yes, ma'am. Trial is set for December the 12th.
So what are the odds he'll actually be heard December 8th?
There's a lot of murders ahead of him. I mean, they're trying to resolve quite a few. They have a backload of murders in this district. They're trying to get resolved. So likelihood is very slim that we're going to trial in December.
I'll move for executive session.
Second.
Barra,
Yes.
Stapleton,
Yes.
Ledoux,
Yes.
Unless there was conspiracy. You weren't charged with that. Be done with this. I'm trying to talk to her between now and back to court. I'll see what she's talking about. It looks like if you read that shit, you probably get tagged if you went to trial. If you want to try it, I will. Just telling you what I think.
All right, the board is back in session and it's 11:40. Mr. Barra?
He's muted again. There it is.
Yeah, here he is.
One
Mr.
more question for Mr. Pigott. Would you like to have this case continued?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Like you were before, put you back in the same status you were before, because you still have that charge pending.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. So based on that, I'm going to vote to continue the case to the outcome of the pending charges. If you decide later on that you want to revoke yourself or you want to come back for a hearing, talk to your parole officer and you can come back. But at this point, I think continuance is the best interest of everybody right now. Put
I
you back
agree,
in the
yes, sir.
status where you were, and just remember, you can revoke yourself, get your credit for time served. You can come back for a hearing if you want to do that
Yes,
later.
sir. Thank you.
All right, so that's my vote. Continue.
Okay. Ms. Ledoux?
Yes, my vote is also to continue this hearing until the outcome of the racketeering charges have been adjudicated.
Okay, and my vote also is to continue until the outcome of the pending charges. So today, sir, your parole has been continued.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Rebecca.
Hi, Rebecca.
Good to see you.
All right, so let me get with the DA.
I see it. Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is October 15th, 2025. The time is 11:52. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will be serving as chairperson today. My colleagues on the panel are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Gerald Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. We are at CATAHOULA Correctional Center. Is there any staff in the room that needs to introduce themselves? You bother yourself? Oh, you're on mute. Are you by? Okay. Okay. Well, will you state your name and your DOC number, please, for the record?
TERRYANCE RUSSELL, 131188.
Okay. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I see it. All right, well, based upon the questionnaire, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Just needed to let you know that. And then today, you don't have anybody speaking in favor or against you, support or opposition. And the person who is the lead on your case is Mr. Danny Barra, and I'm going to let him take over now. You're on mute, Danny.
All you got to do is laugh.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
It's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole number 4, in that you're allegedly engaged in criminal activity as evidenced by your arrest by the New Orleans Police Department on October 31st of 2022, where you were charged with stalking, aggravated assault with a firearm, and violation of a protective order. The charges of stalking and aggravated assault are pending with Arlene's docket for a trial on December the 9th, 2025. The charge of violation of a protective order was refused. How do you plead to that violation?
Not guilty, sir.
Not guilty. We're gonna ask you to make a statement shortly about it. Number 5, that you were in possession of a firearm at the time of that arrest by NOPD on 10/31, where you were charged with aggravated assault with a firearm. How do you plead to that one?
Not guilty, sir.
And that you didn't pay parole fees as ordered, and as of the date of your arrest, you were $2,975 behind.
Plead guilty to that, sir.
Guilty. All right, so let's talk about condition number 4. I'm looking at a police report and several witnesses said you had a gun. Tell us about what happened that day that makes you not guilty.
Okay, sir, that day there, I want to say, I want to start from the day before, but I'm going to start on May 6th. That said that I had a gun, and I texted her that morning and hold up. They said the internet connection is unstable. What? You can hear me, sir?
Yeah, I hear you. You broke up a little bit at the beginning, but we hear you.
Okay.
Just talk loud and clear.
Yes, sir. I was doing Uber that morning at about 4:54 a.m. and I had texted Miss Johnson. I just said, hey, just to talk with her, because the day before I told her I wanted to break up with her. I didn't want to deal with her no more because she said that I made her feel uncomfortable. So I told her the only way for her not to feel uncomfortable with me is for me not to be in her life. So she was taking that as, I guess, by her texting me, what is up with that? And I didn't respond. So the next morning at 4:54 a.m., I just texted her, hey, to see if she was at work because she had to be to work for 5 o'clock in the morning. Me doing so, she texts back, she was like, I want to ask the board, do you have the text messages that I gave to Mr. Norman? Do the board have those text messages that I gave to Mr. Norman?
I haven't seen them.
The reason why I'm saying it like this, sir, the reason why I gave him the text messages is to show that I didn't stalk Miss Johnson, and I didn't have a gun in my possession, because the only communication that me and Miss Johnson had was through text messages. I didn't have no physical contact with Mr. Johnson. Only contact I had was with her boyfriend, and that is the reason why I gave Mr. Norman and Agent Paul those text messages to show that my communication and my only contact was Miss Johnson, the lady that said that I pulled a gun out on her, that I had a gun, was through text messages. There was no physical contact between me and her. There was physical contact between me and the boyfriend, because I'm the one that told him that me and her had a sexual relationship. And he got mad at that. But there was no physical contact.
Where did that contact with the boyfriend take place?
That morning, sir. That morning.
Where?
Oh,
Where?
At her house. At her house.
At her house?
Yes, sir. She was at work.
What were you doing at her house?
All right.
If y'all broke up.
Or I was texting her that morning to talk with her, to see if she was all right. By me and her having a discommunication, she said that I had a passenger, and by me having a passenger in the car doing Uber, I'm not able to talk. But when she texts me to respond back to my text, when I tell her, hey, I also told her, because she tried to call me, I said, don't call me in 20 minutes. So when she said, I'm gonna call you now, I told her I got a passenger. So when she tried to call me, I told her call me back in 20 minutes, which she did. But at that time, I had picked up another passenger. And the lady that was in the car, when she tried to call me back, I said to the lady in the car, I said, why is she trying to call me? And she know I'm doing Uber. She know I got passengers. But the lady said that it was in the car, you can answer the phone. I don't mind. So when I answered the phone, me and her was talking, but she hung up the phone because she texted me. Where I said, well, you didn't have to hang up the phone because I was dropping the lady off in like 2 minutes. She said, yes, I did have to hang up the phone because I have bosses here. You don't. And then she was like, I can't take this morning. This is toxic. And that's when I text her. I said, well, look, since you feel that way, I'm going to tell your boyfriend about our, engagement. And then she was more or less like, why are you doing all that? You don't have to do that. And I'm like, yes, I do. And that's how I was around our house. And I was texting her saying that I'm going to make a video of the encounter. And when I was on her street, she stayed on North Tonti. As I was pulling up to her house to show her that I'm by her house, to let her boyfriend know that me and her is having sexual relations, just so happened he come outside and he was going with the young daughter to go drop off at school. As he was dropping off at school, mind you, sir, mind the board, I never had no encounter with him. It just so happened, he bringing the young daughter to school. So he made a U-turn. Something told me, make a U-turn too in the middle of the streets. So when I made the U-turn and I pulled up, as he was about to go to the yellow and green house, I asked him, I rolled my window down and I asked him, I said, do you know Tay? He said, yeah, I know Tay. I said, who that is to you? He said, that's my girlfriend. I said, well, how you feel about her? He said, why are you asking me this? I said, I'm just asking because, me and her having sexual relations and I know you don't know about it. He said, man, why are you telling me this? I said, man, look, I'm just trying to bring you, I'm trying to bring you to be honest with her and make her be honest with you. we having sex behind your back, man. You don't know about it. So it was raining. It was raining this day. So he got out of the rain and stood on the side of the house to call her. Cause I said, man, call her if you don't believe me. You could call her. So when he called her, he asked her, he said, why is this man in this white car asking me to call you? So when she said he trying to blackmail me, I said, why I gotta blackmail her when we having sex every day? And if you don't believe me, you want to see the text messages, the videos, and the pictures. And he was like, man, you better get from around here with all that there. And that's what made me leave. I left. And when I left, I went back to my house. And as I was at my house, Miss Johnson called me, asking me why did I went and told that man about me and her having sexual relations. I told her, I said, well, look, you play games with me. While I'm driving trucks, you telling me you want to be with me. But every time I come back to the city for us to get together, you telling me you can't be with me because you've been engaged with him for 2 years. You having a baby for him, a miscarriage of a baby for him, and that you want to be with him. But I'm saying, I told her, I said, well, since you want to try to be it to where you have a relation with him and you want to have me to give you money all the time, I said, that's why I went and told him. And that's why I gave the text messages to Mr. Norman to show the board. So when the board look at the text messages, the board could see that our only communication was through text message and that I never possessed a gun. I never was arrested for a gun because I never had no gun and never used a gun. I knew better than to even much think about even carrying a gun. And that will explain to the board how she's saying that on the day of the incident that I threatened via telephone, because that's on the police report. I threatened via telephone that I would shoot her and everybody in our house. So my thing was to show the board, that's why I gave the text messages to Mr. Norman to show the board that our only communication was through text messages, and nowhere in them text messages from 4:54 a.m. till 5:26 p.m. you would never read to where Terrence ever possessed a gun or Terrence ever threatened Miss Johnson or her boyfriend or her family. I never threatened no one. I never even much, or the only threat, I take that back because my lawyer said the only threat was of me telling her I was going to tell her boyfriend that me and her was having sexual relations. That's the only thing that is going to be said inside those text messages, not of me threatening her to shoot her. And then she said in her written statement for her affidavit for her temporary restraining order that I text that I was going to kill her boyfriend, and the 2 kids. She's saying everything that I said in the form of a threat was through text message. And I'm just wanting to show the board that I never threatened Miss Johnson. I have all the text messages. I gave them I gave her Mr. Norman, the man that had the preliminary hearing on me, and Mr. Paul, the agent, the parole officer agent that came to see me on August, what is this? August 26th. I gave them they made a copy of all my text messages, and I thought that they put it in the record so the board, this parole board, could see those records. And I see you saying, the board saying that they don't have those records.
We'll go ahead and accept what you're saying about the text messages.
Yes, sir.
As factual without them. So we don't need them. What you're saying explains it. But I'm looking at the police report. It doesn't say you text her. It says you threatened her by telephone.
Yes, sir.
No, that's not text.
Yes,
that's
sir.
not text. That's what she's saying. So I heard you say you were quoting the police report a while ago. It says that she reported that you arrived at her residence and parked outside her house, which you said you did, and threatened her by telephone. It doesn't say text, that he would shoot her and everyone inside the house, which what's being said here. Ms. Johnson stated that she looked outside the front window and observed you seated in a white Camry, Toyota, which she observed you in the Florida license plate and observed you point an unknown model black handgun, which was wrapped in a red towel at her house. And she said that she has known Russell's since January of 2022 and involved in a relationship. Ms. Johnson said that Russell threatened to tell her current boyfriend about the affair if she didn't have sex with him every day. Ms. Johnson stated Russell also threatened to kill her the same if the terms were not met. Kind of matches a little bit with what you were saying. And then the officer also writes that the boyfriend went to bring the kid to school, just like you said, and that you talked to the boyfriend, just like you said, and you asked him about the relationship with Tate, just like you said. And this guy is saying that he observed while he was talking to you a red towel in the vehicle with a handgun sticking out of it. So that's the second person who says they saw a gun, and that you had been passing back in front of the house, blowing up her phone. Now, I don't know what that means, whether texts are calling, but blowing up the phone. But then what's of more interest to me than those two statements are that the cops spoke to another witness on the scene, and the witness said that they observed an unknown subject in a white Toyota Camry who stated he was going to kick that door down and shoot him. It should be noted that this officer observed the victim coming from the neighbor's backyard where she had been hiding because she was scared. So that she says you have a gun, he says you have a gun, and then the neighbor says you got a gun. The only one who's saying you don't is you.
Okay.
That's where we at.
Okay. And sir, board,
yeah,
that's why I asked that the text messages be brought up, because our only communication, she said I threatened via telephone. Our only communication was through text message. I did not call Miss Johnson. She only called me that morning. Now, as far as
you can't text a gun. You know,
that's why I'm trying to.
You told us you were sitting in front of her house. You told us that yourself. You were sitting in front of her house.
Talking to the boyfriend, sir.
And he says he saw a gun, and she says she saw you out there with a gun. And the neighbor says they saw you out there with a gun, and you actually talked to him.
Okay, sir. That's why I'm asking the board. I'm asking the board. The day that, the day of May 6th, 2022, it was raining. All right. The boyfriend saying I had a gun sitting on the seat of the car. He's saying he went and brought the daughter at 8 o'clock, 8:30. He went and brought the daughter to school, right? That's right there on the police report. That's what we, sir, that's what we going, board, that's what we going off of, right? We're going off of what it is said on the police report. All right. If we're gonna go off of what's said on the police report, if he bringing the daughter to school, and if I'm there with him at 8:30, 8:30, approximately 8 to 8:30, the question being, sir, where was Miss Johnson? That's why I'm saying the text messages, listen to what I'm saying, sir. That's why I'm saying the text message is gonna show Miss Johnson was at work. So the question being, how is Miss Johnson gonna be at home for me to threaten her, for her to look out her window to see me pointing a black unknown handgun, which was wrapped in a red towel, at her house if she was at work, sir? That's all I'm saying. The text messages will show that I was never in an encounter with Miss Johnson. Miss Johnson could never see me at her house because she was at work, sir. Now watch this here. Hold up, sir. Hold up.
But
Do
this
they
police
have?
report says she walked out the backyard. How was she at work and in the backyard at the same time?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, sir.
Yeah.
I never had an encounter with Miss Johnson. That's all I'm trying to get the board to see.
Okay, well, let me tell you, there are plenty of text messages that we have received, and they are very strong evidence of stalking and of your behavior towards Miss Johnson in threatening ways. And I've heard enough about how you didn't have any contact. You basically were holding her hostage for sex because you gave her money. And you know, I've read enough of these text messages that I am fully convinced that you had a manipulative, aggressive behavior towards her. Okay? And that's what I need to tell you. I have copies of the text messages.
Okay, well, ma'am, I'm glad you brought that to the record. Where at in those text messages did I threaten Miss Johnson or her boyfriend?
Sir, you seem to have the wrong understanding of the level that we have to reach to find you guilty of parole violation. You were in my opinion, you were harassing and stalking someone who had a protective order at one point. I need no more evidence than that. I have it.
Ma'am, she never had a protective order. That's clearly in the records, ma'am. If you look at the stalking arrest record,
it's stalking, and I have evidence of your intimidating methodology in writing. Okay. I'm not trying this in the court of law. Understand me.
I understand, ma'am. I'm just asking the board. The context of the records is not of me being manipulative of Miss Johnson. If you read the context of the text messages, ma'am, I'm only saying that I'm going to tell your boyfriend.
Now listen to this. This is for you. I'm reading it. Tell him to come out. Tell him to come outside now. Tell him to come outside now. She asked, are you going to kill us, harm us? And then what part of F you don't get? And then you go on. I mean, this continues. And then you cuss her some more. And then my people almost here. Tell him to look outside. I'm going to F your house, your family, and you. Tell him to come outside. This is from you, buddy.
I see.
So what part of that don't you understand that would make a person fear for their life? I mean, this goes on and on. You don't stop. Tell someone to get Josiah from that house. You thought I was playing. Let him know to come outside in 20 minutes. I mean, you even put a deadline on this.
Right, ma'am. That's what I'm saying. Ma'am,
Right.
I was at my house, 2200 Craft Place, when I was texting Miss Johnson at. That was of me.
Tell them to come outside.
Ma'am, I wasn't nowhere around there. That's what I'm trying to ma'am, go back, go forward. I'm glad y'all are looking at the text. Go forward. You will see me once the encounter when I told her at 8:30, let him come outside. Tell him come outside at 8:30. What did I say after that, ma'am?
FaceTime at 8:30. You said you have 5 minutes before I get there to make a final decision.
Right.
Every day or whatever.
All right.
Your 8:30 is your deadline. As a matter of fact, FaceTime me at 8:30 so you can see that I'm playing or not, or real or not. Or FaceTime at 8:30. Pulling up now. Time's up.
All right. Keep reading, ma'am. Keep reading. Pulling up now. And what I say after that?
See, tell him I'll be back. That's what
all right. Stop right there, ma'am.
You know what? That's enough of this arguing over this. I don't care to do this anymore. I don't know about the rest of the board.
I'll make a motion for executive session.
I second.
Bob Ross,
Yes.
Stapleton,
Yes.
Ledoux.
Yes.
Okay, the time is 12:20. We're back from executive session after discussing confidential matters. The panel is ready to vote, and we will start with Mr. Barra.
Mr. Russell, I find you guilty of violating condition number 4, number 5, and number 10, and vote to revoke your parole due to continued criminal behavior while on supervision that involves possession of a firearm.
My vote my vote is to revoke based on the preponderance of evidence of continued criminal conduct.
And I concur with my colleagues, and that concludes our hearing, and the time is 12:20. Okay, good afternoon. The date is October 15th, 2025. The time is 12:35. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as your chair today. My colleagues on the panel are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. The panel, today our remote location is Point Coupee Parish Detention Center. Is there any staff in the room? And if so, will you please introduce yourself for the record? Is there any? Okay, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Deputy Tony Harris.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Johnson, for the record, will you say your name and your DOC number, please?
Kelvin Johnson, 704-688.
Okay, do you have a questionnaire in front of you? Signed?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. According to that questionnaire and the answers you put on it, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you get counsel or are you ready to go far without counsel today? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the lead person assigned to your case is myself. You don't have anybody in support or opposition for you today. So I'm going to read out the violations and your charges, and you'll give me an answer of guilty or not guilty, and either one with a statement, please. Okay, the first one is rule violation number 4-8. On 2/7/2025, you reported to the West Baton Rouge District Probation and Parole Office. A drug screen was administered and you tested positive for marijuana and amphetamines. Guilty, not guilty, and do you have a statement?
Guilty.
Okay. On 4B, on 7/19/2025, you were involved in criminal activity in the commission of the offenses of aggravated flight from an officer, various traffic offenses in Livonia, Louisiana. You were arrested by the Livonia Police Department on 7/19/2025, according to the Bill of Information on 7/19/2025. In the parish of Point Coupee, you committed the offenses of flight from an officer, operating a vehicle with an unlit license plate, and operating a vehicle without a driver's license, according to the conviction minutes under docket PCP number 87011 on 9/9/2025 in the 18th Judicial Court. You pled guilty to flight from an officer. You were sentenced by Judge Kevin Kimball to serve 5 months in the parish prison. How do you plead? Okay. Okay, and number 10, you are currently $504 in arrears towards your supervision fees. You have failed to make any payments since being released on good time parole supervision. How do you plead? Okay. Well, you pled guilty to everything, so I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues if they've got a question for you.
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Barra?
No questions.
Okay. All right. Before we vote, do you have a final statement? No? Okay.
What's your question?
No, I said before we vote, do you have a final statement?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the board is ready to vote. I'm the lead vote. I find that you've been revoked based upon your guilty plea to 4A, 4B, and number 10 rule violations. Mr. Barra, how do you vote? Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to revoke based on being guilty of violating conditions of parole.
Okay.
Concur Concur with Ms. Stapleton, same reasons.
Okay. All right. So today, sir, you have been revoked. The time is 12:40. This concludes our business today at Point Coupee Parish Detention Center.
I see the email package.
is the Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 15th, 2025. The time is 12:56. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll be serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are joining us by Zoom, Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. We're at a remote location, and that is Orleans Parish Prison. Is there any staff in the room? And if so, will you please introduce yourself for the record?
Lawrence. Miss Lawrence.
Ms. Lawrence? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Harts, for the record, will you introduce yourself and give us your DOC number?
Roxanne Harts, 700820.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Let's see, do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you hire representation or were you appointed legal representation?
Attorney.
You were appointed attorney?
Yeah. Brittany Young?
Yeah. And hello,
Yeah.
I'm Brittany Young, and I'm with the Orleans Public Defenders, and I am Ms. Hart's appointed attorney.
Thank you so much. That's what I needed to know. Okay, let's see. So, the lead person today is going to be Miss Jerry Ledoux. She's going to review your violations. But first, we're going to let you have your a supporter, a client advocate.
May I go first, Ms.?
Okay, Ms. Ledoux. Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, I'd like to go first. Ms. Young, you are welcome to assist your client, but her response needs to be her own. The questions I'm going to ask, I need an answer of guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty. So rule violation number 1 says the parolee was released from Orleans Justice Center on November 17th, 2024 to a detainer in the city of Gretna. After being released from the city of Gretna, the parolee failed to report to probation and parole within 48 hours that is required. How do you plead, Ms. Harts?
No contest.
I need guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Attorney, if you can.
Not,
huh?
Not guilty.
Okay. Violation number 3, the subject failed to provide a valid address that was listed on her certificate. On December 27th, 2024, Agent Jardin attempted to make personal contact at her last known address, but was unsuccessful. And the agent would receive a call from a current tenant, and the tenants advised that the parolee had not lived at the address in about a year. Her whereabouts were unknown, and a warrant was issued on 1/15/2025. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Number 4, you failed from engaging in criminal activity as evidenced by your arrest on 6/22/2025, where you were arrested by New Orleans Police Department and charged with resisting arrest and refusal to identify. And a domestic abuse battery. The charges were pending, and the charge for domestic abuse battery has been refused. However, the charge of resisting arrest was accepted, and on 9/26/2025, it was amended to disturbing the peace, and you were sentenced to 90 days in Orleans Parish Prison. How do you plead?
And Ms. Harts, you can also mention the statement that we talked about dealing with the charges and
Yeah.
You can mention that.
Okay.
So guilty with a statement?
Yes. But like when I first had got here, my the domestic abuse battery had got fused, but
Ms. Harts, I'm talking about like your statement that we already prepared.
Oh, okay.
about the substance abuse issue that is
Oh,
part
yeah.
of the case.
Yeah, of going to a rehab.
Yeah, and I read some information about a plan that's been put together.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
I'll accept your, you're guilty with the statement, and, Ms. Young, you can, fill in after I go through the rest of these.
Of
Thank you
course.
very much. Violation number 9, you failed to provide a valid address, thereby preventing contact from probation and parole.
Not guilty.
Okay, I skipped number 6 for some reason. You never provided any proof of employment.
Not guilty.
And you're currently $504 in arrears, having never made a payment.
Not guilty.
Not guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I believe, Ms. Young, you have provided some response on her behalf. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It would do the board now for you to say that.
Yeah. So I've talked to Ms. Hartz, and I also talked with her Agent Giandron, and Ms. Hartz, I do understand that she had to be in compliance with her parole officer. When at first she was incarcerated for her probation, and she thought that once she was finished with her probation, she didn't have parole. So that's why we have these violations. But this coming around, I was able to tell Ms. Hartz, like, hey, like she does now know that she has to be in compliance. Also in our letter that Ms. Barr wrote, we have her sister's address on there. And I made sure to reiterate to Ms. Hartz that she has to stay at that address. And if she does end up leaving that address, she has to contact Agent Giandron. The first time around, she genuinely did not understand her parole conditions, but this time around, especially with my advice and explaining to her what's going on, she understands what her parole conditions are, like staying in contact with Agent Giandron. I will say for the payments, at the time, like the payments, she cannot afford it, but at the same time, she still should be able in contact with Agent Giandron about that, things about a job and also staying at an address. I reiterated with her that she has to stay there. And if she ever moves, she has to let Agent Giandron know. But related to the charges, the one charge of disturbing the peace, for that case, in that police report, it states that Ms. Hartz had consumed a lot of alcohol that day. And when I talked to Ms. Hartz, she's explained that she does genuinely believe that alcoholism is a problem in her life. And this time around, since we are giving her the help that she needs, especially with Ms. Barr, we were able to get her into Rayville. And then after Rayville, it's a 28 to 60-day program. And after Rayville, she'll be going to work with Operation Restoration. And then, yeah, she'll be working. So she does already have other programs set in place for her release.
Okay. Ms. Barr has done an excellent job with the Defender's Office at putting together a plan. Would you like to explain that to us, Ms. Barr?
Absolutely, yeah. So at my first meeting with Ms. Hartz, she explained the same thing to me, that she had struggled with alcoholism for a long time and was sincere and genuine in wanting treatment and wanting to change. So my goal upon, if she is released back on parole, my goal is to set her up with the resources that she hasn't previously had access to. That would start by a 28 to 60-day stay at Rayville Recovery, depending on what her insurance approves. Following that, the discharge planners would work with her to enroll in an IOP, or an intensive outpatient program here in New Orleans, so she could live with her sister, attend an IOP, which is a very intensive program. It's 3 days a week for 3 hours at a time, so it's 9 hours a week of treatment. And then she'd also work with Operation Restoration to make sure that all of her other needs are met. And then I would remain on her case as long as there are case goals needing to be met for case management, for service access and coordination. If transportation is an issue, I'd make sure that she gets where she needs to go. My goal is really to give her everything she needs to be compliant and to be successful. And including what Ms. Young said about making sure that she updates her parole officer on if her address changes, if her employment changes, where she's receiving treatment from. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the services plan I put together.
Yeah, the question I have, Mia, is employment. I believe that that component will help provide some stability outside of the treatment environment, but who is going to provide assistance for an employment if she were to be released to these plans?
Absolutely. So Operation Restoration would assign her a life coach, and that person would help prepare her resume, prepare her for interview skills. Operation Restoration also has a closet. So if she needed any interview attire or professional clothing, they would help her make sure she has everything she needs to be prepared for those interviews. That's also something that I can help her out with. You know, there will be no shortage of people who are willing and able to support her in looking for employment.
Okay. Ms. Harts, I need to ask you a question, and that is, your mother was your victim. And I want to know, what is your relationship with your mother at this time, and what do you think that that relationship would look like going forward?
It's like, I mean, we like back on track, you know, like back talking and stuff, and you know, I promise her, not to do that anymore, and just do right. And
So are you going to be allowed to go to her residence?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is there's no protective order or restraining order against you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I turn this back over to my colleague.
Yes.
Mr. Barra, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions, Mr. Barra?
No questions.
No questions. I don't have any either. I think Ms. Ledoux did a great job with her interview. Any final statements before the board votes?
I just have a final statement to make.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just want to reiterate that we believe that the best option for Ms. Harts is to be released, but to be released to programs, to stuff that specifically is addressing the issue that came about in the first place. And I believe that the plan that Ms. Barr set up will definitely help Ms. Harts in that. So my final thing is just to say, we hope that this board releases her, because the best thing for her is to seek treatment through this plan and not through DOC custody.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And thank you also, Ms. Barr. Ms. Ledoux, are you ready to vote?
I am. Ms. Harts, your conduct during your release was very inappropriate. And I believe that your alcoholism contributed directly to your behavior. So we need to address the core problem. My vote today is to do not revoke conditional upon a release plan that has you go into the Rayville Recovery Program to the extent that your insurance covers. And then you will be transferred to Operation Restoration until completion of your full-term date.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra?
Oh.
Ms. Ledoux, concur with Ms. Ledoux with the same conditions, although an added condition of curfew from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. until full-time employed.
Yes, sir.
No hanging on the streets.
Yes, sir.
That's my vote.
And I concur with both of my colleagues. What they put together, I think it's a very good plan for you to move forward in your life with a good
Yes,
support.
ma'am.
Ms. Barr, I do commend you for the work that you've put into this plan, and Ms. Young for your representation. It takes a village, so we need this assistance. Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Okay,
God
thanks.
bless you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Okay,
you're welcome.
this concludes our
Yes.
hearing at 11.
Oh, Nadia, see you later.
Okay. Now my camera's not, it's okay. Okay, so the Committee on Parole is called to order. The date today is October 15th, 2025. The time is 1:25. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll be serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. Today, our remote location is again at Orleans Parish Prison. Okay, Mr. White, can you hear me? I need you to introduce yourself and give your DOC number for the record.
Lawyer White, 103407.
103407. Okay. Okay, do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so according to that questionnaire, you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you retain counsel?
Yes, ma'am. Legal aid.
I said, I'm sorry, I didn't look at my sheet. Shannon Matthews is your counsel. Okay. Was she retained or appointed?
Appointed.
Appointed. Okay, thank you very much. All right. Let's see. All right, so we have a lead person that's assigned to your case, and that's Miss Jerry Ledoux. She's going to go first, and she's going to review your violations, and then she'll ask you guilty or not guilty or with a statement. Ms. Ledoux?
Okay, Miss Matthews, I'm going to ask him to enter the plea. You're allowed to provide him with guidance as necessary, and then speak after. But Mr. White, it's alleged that you engaged in criminal activity, and you were on your parole conditions. You were not to commit a crime or associate with people who are known criminals, avoid bars, casinos, and refrain from illegal drugs and alcohol. However, you were arrested 10/21/24 by the Orleans Police Department and booked with attempted armed robbery, 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and simple battery. You were charged with these on 11/19/24, and on 7/22/25, you were found not guilty by a jury of the attempted armed robbery. The 2 counts of aggravated assault with a dangerous weapon and simple battery had been refused by the DA. And you were found not guilty. And what is your plea to that?
Not guilty.
Okay. Number 5, it says that you were arrested on 10/21/24 and charged with those counts that we discussed. And you had a dangerous weapon. You armed yourself with a shovel, and you were found not guilty. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
Okay. And finally, number 10, you're currently $4,347 in arrears for your supervision fees. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay, you didn't pay your fees though, did you?
No, ma'am. I didn't have no income.
Okay, but you didn't pay your fees. Okay. Okay, Mr. White, you have a team of people who have been working with you. At this time, I would like to hear from your attorney, Shannon Matthew, if that's appropriate for the team.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I have the honor of representing Mr. White since he was arrested on these charges to now and continuing representation. With regard to the payment, Mr. White did plead guilty at the preliminary hearing. He does receive disability and was meeting with the parole officer, Agent Wilder, who advised him to, put his disability towards payment registration instead of supervision fees. And that was stated in the preliminary hearing.
Okay. Anything else that you would like to add to the discussion?
And as far as any mitigation, I submitted 2 packets that include letters of support from jurors in the case with regard to lifestyle changes and substance use treatment. Breaking Chains Structured Living in Baton Rouge has already accepted Mr. White into their program, where he can learn not only how to have healthy coping mechanisms, but also how to de-escalate situations. I believe in this case, when Mr. White was arrested, the situation was escalated not only by the employees, but Mr. White reacting to that. In terms of support, Mr. White is 66 years old. He has several medical concerns. And even today, when visiting Mr. White, he has his medical history has changed even within this past year of incarceration. And so I think with everything that's been going on, he might be eligible for medical release or compassionate release later on. And that is best to do with the treatment program, where they have medical doctors available to help with his medical conditions as well.
We also have Terry Pierce. Mr. Pierce, what would you like to say to the panel?
Good afternoon. Thank you all for allowing me to speak in support of Mr. White. I've been working in conjunction with Ms. Matthews, Mr. White's attorney, and I've been knowing Mr. White for a long time, but I've been, out of touch with him for a while as well. And as long as I've been knowing Mr. White, he has never been the type of one who would continuously move on into the criminal lifestyle direction. He have had challenges with his closest sister dying on him recently, and it caused him, excuse me, to go into something of what you would describe as a funk, where he lost contact with himself and reality, basically indulging in activities for his substance use. And Mr. White been homeless on several occasions. Mr. White only received a small snippet of disability, and he had problems, maintaining housing and taking care of his own livelihood. As far as these charges that was brought up against him, all that was through provocation and a misunderstanding by the employees of this establishment. And Mr. White was found behind the establishment when all this occurred. He did not flee or run as though he done anything wrong. And to revoke Mr. White at this time with his health issues and his age and the time that he would be having to back up would be a death sentence for Mr. White. Mr. White is not one of those who's out here really causing any harm to anyone but himself. He needs help, guidance, and the proper treatment. Incarceration wouldn't do him any good, nor would it help society as well, because we can use him as an asset rather than, make him an example by incarcerating him. So we ask the board members to please take all of this under consideration and give Mr. White an opportunity to do. After going through what he just went through, maybe this will help him, you know, get himself together and get on the right track. Thank you.
What I'm going to say is not an indictment, but I want to point out, you know, in your statement, you said it's my intention to stay close by Mr. White's side, working with him to maneuver through life's obstacles. And where was everyone when he was homeless? Was he homeless by choice and did not want to be stable housing? Or, you know, this is the problem I continue to see is this falling through the cracks of this homelessness, and people say we're going to be here for him, but I didn't see that. What's going on there?
Well, to speak on that subject, as I stated, I was not in touch with Mr. White through the latter years, you know, when he was going through these matters. Mr. White came, you know, searches through this system when I've seen that, you know, found out that he was being charged with these crimes, you know, and my knowing him from the past that he's not one of those type of person that would engage in this type of activity. So through communicating with him recently, I don't, you know, maybe it had something to do with his sister dying. That was his only sibling. That was his closest sibling, you know. And when she passed away, maybe it sent him into a spiral, you know, and he began to use drugs or whatnot, you know, and it sent him down, you know. Everyone can take, you know, and I'm willing to help him, you know, throughout the process of guiding him and helping him. Now that I've been, you know, reconnected with him, I'm willing to personally help Mr. White get himself on the right track and finding housing.
Yeah, we don't need sex offenders homeless on the streets. That's not what we need, you know?
Well, oh, I understand that, ma'am. And he was not reoffending in that area. He was not charged with it.
Yeah. I think you put together a good plan. I've read the plan and all of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam
I got a
Chair.
question.
Yes.
I got a question for either the attorney or Mr. Pierce. These programs that y'all talking about and all this treatment stuff, are they aware that he's a convicted sex offender and he'll have to register and notify?
Yes, sir.
And they willing to make sure that's all good with them?
Yes, sir. If you will allow Ms. Stacy White to speak on that subject, we can, you know.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. White.
Good afternoon, the board. I'm grateful to be able to speak on behalf of my uncle. I have been the one involved with him since he got released back in 2019. I have family members before my mom passed. That was my mom, his sister that passed. You know, I helped him much as I could. As you could see in the records, we paid off his first sex offender fees back in 2019, 2020 completely. And from then, once my mama passed, everybody handles grief differently. And I watched my uncle trying to work a job at the donut shop, trying to get back into society after being gone for 33 years. It's hard for him to have without the education that he has. And as he explained to me, I'm the youngest of the family. He's been in jail over 50 years of his 66 years on this earth, right? So for me to help him, I live in Texas. I already had paid for him to come out here, but the laws prevent that for some reason by me living near a school, and he's a low-level sex offender. So I have him set up with housing. He was in 2 different areas paying housing, but I understand when grief kick in, depression kick in, he don't have enough money at the end of the month. I deal with that personally. It's stress on anyone that he can't afford to pay his sex offender fees. He get his check and he broke 2 weeks within as soon as the month start. So it's only me and him now since my mom has passed, and I help him out much as possible. I also have friends and family to help him with counseling in New Orleans because I had that set up before this incident took place. And like they said, if he was found not guilty of it, he was sitting behind the store. If he did a crime, he wouldn't have been sitting at the scene of the crime. So it's just I'm paying attention to how he needs the true help of counseling that I had set up for him. Housing is stress, but I do have a couple of locations to help with that. And I believe going to Baton Rouge, being surrounded around this facility would be the first step for him until I'm able to make the next move for him to get to something stable and get him reconnected with his health insurance and all the stuff that he needs, because I'm the one that truly walks him through everything that he goes through. So I'm honored to be able to speak on his behalf, and I'm watching him deteriorate in the system. And it's like he truly just needs a chance to be around people like Mr. Terry that's offering his support. And this new stuff that's in Baton Rouge was a total different environment for him compared to being in New Orleans, when to me it's just depressing, remembering his family is not there. He don't have any support. And the first thing he told me when I talked to him, will he be able to see me? So I tend to come down there for the holidays to spend time with him and just to love on him much as possible, you know? So that's my story of being there for him throughout this whole process.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have any questions? Any other questions?
I was going to ask one. You were talking about helping him. Is he covered with Medicare or Medicaid at this time, or is he uninsured?
Well, he's uninsured now, but he definitely qualifies for it because he was getting ambient health, you know. But when if he's honored this release, you know, that's a phone call away to get him back started with all of his benefits. Because I had him set up with the Daughters of Charities. I had him set up with another place to do counseling at least 3 times a week. I already have all that stuff set up. It's just a point of waiting on the next situation that's going to help with him to be released if he's able to be released.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you very much. And he's lucky to have you in his life.
Yes, I'm lucky to have him too, as an experience, just to watch everything he has went through. And again, I thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Mr. White, I'd like to ask you another question.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you thinking about all of this? What do you think is best for you? I mean, what should we do? If you were sitting over here in my chair, what would you think is the best thing for you?
To send me to the program that I'm willing to go to and do whatever I have to do to change my life, you know, to live my last days as comfortable as possible.
How old are you?
66.
66. Okay. So you got back into the drugs in the last couple of months?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You know.
Yeah, okay.
I just couldn't deal with what I was going through.
Sure, I got you. I think I know what I'd like to do for my vote. So I'm prepared when the time comes.
Okay, is the Mr. Barra, are you also prepared to vote? You're on mute.
I would like to know, what have you learned about your drug problem since you've been in jail? What have you learned about that?
I learned that I don't really need them. You know, it was just, I was going through so much out there by being homeless, you know, I realized that I don't really need them to survive, to live my life. And if given a chance, I would never do it again. And I feel like the program that they have trying to send me to would be my first step.
Okay.
All right, that was my only question.
So, Mr. White, there's only one way that I can know for a fact that you're going to get good substance abuse treatment, and that's to return you for a very short period to the Department of Correction for substance abuse. Okay? That's like a 6-month. We're talking 6 months. And then after that, you would go to Breaking Chains. And then after that, you would go to the veteran housing outreach. But we're talking, so you don't think 6 months, you don't think you can deal with 6 months?
No, ma'am, I can't, ma'am. I can't.
Tell me
I
why.
can't, ma'am.
Tell me
Please,
why.
ma'am, because I done thrown the majority of my life away. I want to, live the rest of my life as a free man doing the right thing. I'm going to do the right thing. Give me a chance to prove myself. And if I mess up any kind of way, you can send me back to prison for however. Just give me a chance to go to this place in Baton Rouge, you understand, to prove myself, to my niece, to all the people that's trying to help me.
You know
Please
what?
give me a chance.
You know what? I'll do that. I'm gonna send you to Breaking Chains. Do not revoke. Send him to Breaking Chains. And then the veteran housing option, if they'll take that. Because if you mess up at all, it will be in the record of what I wanted to do, and we'll see if you can manage it, okay?
Ma'am, I promise you, I will not mess up.
We'll see.
I would not mess up.
Okay, I got one statement to make, and what Ms. Ledoux said sounds good, but I'm looking at the brochure. And it says that no deposit is required. It's a one courtesy week of housing for those that have successfully completed an accredited minimum 28-day treatment program and first-time residents, complimentary food, and all new residents. And then it says it's $150 a week shared housing expense. So that's $600 a month that you'd have to give them according to, this brochure. So is that where you're going to live?
Yes, ma'am, for the time being, yes, ma'am.
You have this money?
I would, yes, ma'am. My niece told me she gonna do whatever she can do to help me to pay the bill.
Because $150 a week, that's what's saying on the brochure.
And so with the Breaking Chains, the 28-day program is not included in the $150 a week. That's the sober living fee for after you complete the 28-day program. And Terry, if I'm off, just let me know and let the board know. But I think that's what it is the $150 a week is for the sober living after successfully completing the 28-day program.
And what 28-day program is he going to?
The Breaking Chains Structured Living Program. It's their 28.
It's their 28-day, and there's no $150 weekly while you're attending that.
Exactly.
And then it's after that it gets started.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for the clarification.
No, thank you for that.
What happens if his sister can't come up with the money? How does that work?
And so I think this is where the disability, the stipend comes in, is when Mr. White gets back on disability, he would be making, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Wright, but he was making in disability more than the $150 per week. And he was putting a lot of it towards the registration fees. I think he can do both with that disability.
And may I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I believe his disability is like $900 and something. And so it's the point of getting him out, then me getting him a cell phone. And I have information from 2 previous housing places that he lived with to be able to get his cell phone. And I'm definitely 100% for that. The 28 days of him getting the help he need first, then go into the $600 a month, and within that 28 days, that'll give him enough time to get his benefits started and me to do whatever I need to help, because I'm willing to help, and then once he's on his feet, he still would have pay the 600 out of his income. I will make sure of that and then try to get him a free phone, and hopefully a lot of things can be changed within that timeline.
Okay, ma'am. Did anyone else something? Oh, Mr.
Yeah, I got
Barrow.
another question. So since the time they found you sitting behind the Dollar General with an empty bag, crack bag and a pipe, how much treatment have you had since then, since that day?
None.
None. Okay. That's all.
Well, I have voted, so.
And your vote is to do not revoke, and then he is to go to breaking chains.
For as long as needed and can afford, and then to consider the veteran housing outreach with elevated supervision for 6 months.
Okay, Mr. Barra?
I'm gonna vote with the same conditions as Ms. Ledoux, but I'm gonna slip in the DOC approved treatment before he gets out of jail. That's gonna save him some money and make sure that he actually gets some kind of treatment before he comes out of the jail. I don't think I want to set him up to fail with 28 days, and that being all after all what I've read and what I've seen. So that's my vote. The do not revoke conditional, same as Ms. Ledoux, plus DOC approved
That would
substance
be
abuse
in lieu of
before release.
revocation. In lieu of revocation, go to substance abuse.
In lieu of revocation.
Yeah.
So we got Mr. Barra in lieu of revocation, DOC approved substance abuse program.
And then followed with all the stuff that Ms. Ledoux had and what the program they have for him.
Okay. I agree with Mr. Barra. I'm very concerned about him being put right out into the public because they can right away walk away, and then we have a problem on our hand. And I think the DOC approved program is something he needs. So I'm going to concur with Mr. Barra. So what is our vote? We got 2 in lieu. So in lieu of revocation, you will attend a DOC substance abuse program, and then you will be allowed to attend breaking chains in Baton Rouge.
So vote is in
So the vote is in lieu of revocation, you will attend a DOC substance abuse program. And we're signing off at this location at 153.
Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you. I need to know, what is the veteran
The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 15th, 2025. The time is 2:07 p.m. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm serving as the chair today. My colleagues on today's panel are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Gerald Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. Our remote location is at Jefferson Parish Correctional Center. Is the staff in the room? Would you please introduce yourself, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Deputy Landry with the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And so, Mr. Hudson, for the record, will you introduce yourself with your DOC number, please?
Eddie Hudson, 767725.
Okay. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed? Do y'all see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, according to your questionnaire, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. So you didn't retain counsel. So you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, today, your lead person is going to be Miss Jerry Ledoux. She's assigned your case. She's going to read out your violations and get your plea. And then you do have a supporter here, and we'll hear from your supporter. Miss Ledoux?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Hudson. I'm going to read the two violations you have against you, and I need a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. On rule violation number 4, on 8/4/2025, the subject was arrested and charged with battery of a police officer and resisting police with force or violence. The charges are still pending, and you have a hearing, a plea hearing date of 10/16/2025. How do you plead?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Is there any reason to believe that you're not going to have your plea hearing tomorrow?
Can you repeat that, ma'am?
Do you plan to go to court tomorrow? Is that still planned?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
One of my charges had got dropped. The battery on the officer had got dropped. So it's just the resisting arrest that I had.
Just resisting arrest. Okay. Number 6, subject is currently unemployed and has failed to be gainfully employed. Did you show proof of employment, or were you unemployed?
I was unemployed, but I was filling out applications. I told my PO to get documents for me, but she ain't never sent them to me. At the DRC, I was sending my case manager screenshots of interviews and stuff that I was doing.
Okay, so are you guilty or not guilty of failing to be gainfully employed?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Mr. Hudson, I'll go ahead and listen to your supporter, but I do have some questions for you.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Waller? You speak at this time? Sure. Yeah. Ms. Waller, can you hear us? Because you can speak at this time. You're on mute. Okay, you're still on mute. They're going to try and get in touch with you. Oh, I see her now. We can see you in your car, but we're not getting any sound. Hey, was you able to unmute me? Okay, I'm just let you speak on the phone. See. Okay, she's going to speak on the phone. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Waller, go ahead and say what you'd like for us to know.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Go ahead and say what you'd like for us to hear.
Okay, I know my brother, he had just applied for this construction program. And I understand that he's been on parole, but he has been doing all the things that he needs to do for reporting and doing his classes and things of that nature. But I would like for him to get at least one more chance to show you guys that he's really gonna be upholding citizens from everything.
Okay. Ms. Ledoux, did you have any questions for Ms. Waller? No?
No questions for her.
Okay. I don't have any questions. Mr. Barra, you can just shake your head. No questions. Okay. So, all right. Thank you very much. And this was your brother? He's your brother?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Waller, thank you very much for calling in for him.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hey, Ms. Ledoux.
Yes. So, Mr. Hudson, let's discuss the events that brought you to the arrest. We have a police report that indicates that you were seen hitting a female in a car, and police officer intervened, at which time you resisted arrest and fled. So tell me about that situation.
Yes, ma'am. I wasn't in there with a closed fist. It was an open hand, but I didn't hurt her as they said, as they said I did in the report, because that's my baby mother. So, I wouldn't put her in danger, and she had my child.
Okay, so it was just an open-handed hit, not a closed fist hit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm holding back because I can't believe that you think that even an open-handed hit of a person would be acceptable.
Right. I know it's not acceptable, ma'am. I ain't say it was acceptable, but that was my fault. I had a quick moment, but I came to realization.
Okay. You were sent to the day reporting center in April, the 14th day of April. You tested positive for drugs, and 7/14, you tested positive for alcohol. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had returned to the use of illegal drugs and alcohol?
No, ma'am. That was the first time. That was the only time that I had got tested positive for marijuana. I ain't never tested positive again. And for the alcohol, I was drinking the day before.
Okay, so let's parse that out as well. Just because you didn't get tested positive, but were you still doing marijuana on a fairly regular basis?
Occasionally, but I wasn't doing it every day though.
Okay, but you knew that the use of, in Louisiana, it's still illegal. Okay, so you knew that your parole required you to not have anything to do with illegal drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions. If my colleagues have some.
I don't have any.
What was the fight about in the car with your baby mama?
Sir?
What was the fight about in the car with your baby's mother?
Oh, I had went through her phone and I had saw something.
You
And
saw something?
we just started arguing, and she just clicked out on me, and I had my little quick moment.
And then why did you run away from the police?
Because I had to go to court. Well, I had court, but I missed it. And in my division, I know how my judge is, and like my sister said, I just filled out for the construction program, and I had to go to that interview. So I didn't want me to come to jail and miss it, even though I still did. I thought I would, when I came to realization, I stopped. because I was only gonna make things worse for myself.
So the court that you had didn't have nothing to do with this, it was something else?
No, it was fines and fees, but they had an attachment out on me because I forgot my court date.
Right. That's the only questions I had.
Okay, is the panel ready to vote?
I am.
Okay, we'll start with Ms. Ledoux. She has the lead in the case.
Mr. Hudson, I would strongly encourage you to examine your behavior on parole. My vote is to revoke you. You admitted to hitting a person with an open hand and also to doing marijuana and alcohol, which are both prohibited on your conditions of parole. So my vote is to revoke.
Okay, Mr. Barra?
I'll concur with Ms. Ledoux for the same reasons.
Okay, and I'll concur with Ms. Ledoux for the same reason. So today, sir, you have been revoked, and it is for hitting another person with your open hand and for illegal drug use. So that concludes our business at Jefferson Parish Correctional Center, and it is 2:18. Good afternoon. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 15th, 2025, and the time is 2:31. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll be serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. Is there any staff at your location? If they're not present, that's okay. No, that's where he's located at. The new location that we're at is at West Baton Rouge Parish Jail. You're in there by yourself, sir? You need to unmute your mic. Okay. Mr. Lanieu, is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Okay. For our record, will you say your name and your DOC number, please?
Name is CLEMONE LANIEU, DOC number 387876, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you filled out that's got your signature?
Which?
If you don't, they can put it on the screen. Look on the screen and it'll be.
Oh,
up
yes,
there.
ma'am, I have it.
Okay, all right. So according to the questionnaire, I know that you hired an attorney to represent you and you're not eligible for appointed counsel, but you did retain counsel, correct?
Yes, ma'am, a family member obtained one for me, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Maynard Baptiste?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, today the person that is the lead panel representative is Mr. Danny Barra. He's been assigned your case. He will review your violations. Mr. Barra, did you want the attorney and the supporters to speak first, or do you want to speak first?
Yeah.
Okay.
They can go ahead and speak first.
Okay, all right. We're gonna let the supporters speak first. It's the cousin, Ms. Ledoux. Would you go ahead and speak and say what you would like for us to hear? Is she on?
I don't think she on
Yes, I'm on.
Okay. All right, you can go ahead and speak to us, please.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to say that I was at the house when this incident was supposed to happen, and I just wanted to let y'all know that it went on.
Having a
Like
real
they
hard
had
time hearing her.
recorded,
Can she speak up?
and
Yeah, can you speak up, ma'am? They're having a hard
I
time
was
hearing on the board.
I was trying to say that I was at the residence when this incident happened.
You're
Can't
breaking
hear.
up.
That's, if she's on speakerphone, maybe that might be a problem.
Are you on speakerphone?
You
She got bad service.
can hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Try
Oh,
again. Breaking up real bad.
She won't, don't she? She was trying to reach from.
Okay, she's trying to reconnect.
So they can proceed with this.
Okay, well, do you want the attorney to speak while we're waiting? They don't
Now, go
seem-
ahead. Let the
Yeah.
attorney
okay.
speak.
Okay,
Can you hear me now?
Better.
yes, this is better. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay, I was just trying to say that it's at the residence when this happened, and I just wanted to let y'all know that Clement didn't do her anything. I'm not sure where she came from with this story, but my sister, she's been dealing with a lot because the victim is my sister, and I took her in, and she done made up a bunch of lies, and she been lying on a few people, and I just didn't want him to get violated for something that he didn't do.
Mr. Barra, did you have any questions of
No questions.
He was at the residence, that's what he didn't hear.
Yeah, she was at the residence. Yeah,
She was
Yeah,
there.
when it happened. Yes.
she was there.
Okay.
Okay. All right, now, Mr. Baptiste, will you speak to the board, please?
Yes, good afternoon. I would like to say good afternoon to Ms. Stapleton. Is it Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Barra? My name is Attorney Maynard Baptiste, and I was trying to be as clear and succinct as possible. I don't have the Zoom like this morning. I was having problems trying to log into the meeting, so I apologize that I have to participate in the call. Can you hear me very well?
Hang on 1 minute. Okay, go ahead and speak.
You can go ahead, continue.
Yes, ma'am. I was trying to greet each of you and to apologize, but I'm not able to participate by Zoom. I don't know what happened. I was able to register this morning, but when they gave me the ID number, it didn't work this afternoon. So I'm trying to participate by phone. So I wanted to start off by saying that what I was respectfully asking you to do, I think the witness just said it. We were asking you respectfully to not revoke Mr. Ledoux's parole. And I have 4 very pertinent reasons. The one main reason is that the judge saw fit to relieve my client of his bond. On April the 14th, 2025, we were set for a jury trial in this matter, and the judge relieved my client of his bond because the state, the district attorney, Mr. Lonnie Guidros, decided to pass this case without date because he knew when he had the evidence with regarding the rape kit test, it came back with insufficient evidence against my client. And 2, in November of 2024, November the 19th exactly, I think even his parole officer, Ms. Dixon, gave you a copy. She filed, the alleged victim filed a drop charge for him. So going back, this all started with a so-called grand jury indictment. They were trying to indict my client on first-degree rape. That did not manifest, so they dropped it down to so-called sexual battery. This case was set for trial 2 times, and on the second version, as I already reiterated, the state decided to pass it without date, and the judge relieved my client of his bond. So the only reason why my client is sitting in jail is because I think he has the parole hold by your office, and we respectfully asking you to lift it. The judge saw fit that to relieve him of his bond, and the state saw fit to pass this case without date. So what I did, trying to represent him zealously, didn't want Mr. Lemone sitting in jail because the state was never going to set this for a trial. So I moved for what they call a motion for a speedy trial to have it put back on the docket to see if the state would just go on and dismiss it based on 2 things. One, they originally passed it without date, meaning that they knew it was not going to ever come back to trial. They asked my client to waive his right to prescription, and then she tried to drop the charges against my client, Mr. Laneau. So what we have first is the grand jury indictment started off with a so-called first-degree rape. That didn't manifest. It went down to sexual battery. When that didn't manifest, when they couldn't try my client based on the information that they had, which was the so-called rape kit test, they decided to pass the case without date, and the judge relieved my client of his bond obligation. So I'm asking you respectfully to allow my client to go on with his parole. 2, like when I read your probable cause, you said that he had violated a certain condition of his parole by having criminal activity. That has not been substantiated. In fact, that has been negated by the fact that, as I said, the state decided to pass this case without bail, and the judge relieved my client of his bond. Then she tried to drop the charges. So I am the one who asked him to bring this to trial so I can get these charges dismissed against my client. Lastly, you also, in the bill of particulars, I think, and you found him probable cause for not paying fees. But what happened when your department decided to respectfully grant him a parole in 2015, my client went back in 2016, 17, he got 3 degrees from the Baton Rouge Community College. He was employed at Dow Chemical from 2016 to 2018. Then he got employed at Turner Industries, where he sustained a back injury. And I must apologize to the board. I did not have an opportunity because I'm a public defender and I'm working on a rape case that's supposed to go to trial next week. I could not get the HIPAA form signed by Mr. Laneau, so I could get you the records from Dr. Crosby. My client has had 6 surgeries regarding stenosis on the back of his spine. That's why he was back on his a little in arrearages on his fees, because up until then, I don't think Mr. Ramagas, his parole officer, or Mrs. Dixon had any problems with my client, Mr. Laneau, paying his fees. So what I'm saying that he was basically caught up with everything until he received this injury with his back and he started receiving these surgeries from Dr. Crosby. So with regard to the two allegations of him violating the conditions of his probation, my argument to you with evidence is that Mr. Lanieu has not engaged in any criminal activity, and that can be substantiated by the fact that Judge Laurie relieved him of his bond, and the case in the court, the district attorney decided to pass this case without bail. So he is just sitting there in jail because there's a parole hold on my client.
So what are you asking for? What are you asking us for?
I'm sorry.
What are you asking us for today?
I was asking you not to revoke his parole, to allow him to, like, if you could lift the hold so he could get out. I think he has, I don't know, with his surgery, he may have another surgery procedure scheduled. And the rearages, he needs to get back to work so he can catch up on those fees. So I'm asking you respectfully, based upon that information, not only, if you read the report from Mrs. Dixon, you'll see that the rate just came back insufficient, as well as the fact that she tried to drop the charges. I think I gave Ms. Dixon a copy of that drop charge form. So I'm respectfully asking you, Mrs. Stapleton and Mrs. Ledoux and Mr. Barra, to lift the hold so my client can get out of jail, get himself back into the workforce so he can pay off his fees. And I can assure you that this matter will be dismissed. That's what I'm asking you respectfully to do.
All right, I'm going to ask for an executive session.
I'll second.
Mr. Barra, was that you speaking?
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
going into executive session.
Hold on. You can respond to me.
Huh?
You can respond to me. Tell me going into the tickets.
Okay. Mr. Baptiste, we're going into executive session right now to discuss confidential matters.
Barra.
Yes.
Speaking that he asked me what I wanted. I also wanted to see, besides asking you respectfully to lift the hold, if they would grant him a continuance until I can get this matter dismissed. I think that was listed in one of your procedural papers that I received. He could also ask for a continuance.
He wants a continuance?
That's what he's asking for. A continuance.
Okay. As well as see if they can lift the hold.
Continuance and lift the hold.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Okay, hold on. We're going into executive session.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
Ledoux.
Yes.
Barra.
They got you logged in?
Okay, we're back from executive session and the time is 3:21. Mr. Barra, are you ready to vote? What is your question, sir? You're on mute.
May I be allowed to speak on my behalf?
Go ahead.
I'm here today because of what I have said, not nothing that I did. I did nothing to this young lady physically. Did I say some things that may have hurt her feeling about the path she was taking while she was at my residence, of what was overheard from her sister, or what she may be doing with her new girlfriend in the streets in the Plank Road area? Yes, I did. I used a form of unconstructive criticism that I used to use when I taught the youth program at DCI, when I done served 20 years. And was it effective with the young lady? Obviously not. But I don't deserve this. I have a fiance. I've been out there. I worked. I got degrees. And when I went through my back pains, I didn't go in those corners or sell no drugs. I didn't do no crimes. I waited it out. When I was broke and hungry, I didn't do anything. When I was able to do something with my hands to make $1, whether it was taking some kids to school or painting some cabinets, I did it. I'm hurting in here. I just want my freedom. I don't deserve this for trying to make someone see the path that they were headed down. She's headed down the wrong path. And I watch the news daily and I say to myself, I see why the crime rate in the youth is so high. It's hard to talk to them. They won't listen. I'm not that type of person, and I never will be. I come to the point now after this that I just have to mind my business. I'm a convicted felon on parole, and whether I want to help somebody to make a better decision, I just have to mind my business, because after this situation here, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I just want to go have my operations, get back with Turner and get my position, pay my fees, and live the rest of my life out. I don't want this, and I never did. Thank you for hearing me.
Yes, sir. Mr. Barra?
All right. We're ready to vote. We received information from the district attorney's office that the charges were not dismissed, and you still got a court date on November 17th at 9 a.m. to determine guilt or innocence in that charge. So what we're going to do, we're going to grant part of your attorney's request, and that's going to be, we're going to continue this hearing until the outcome of the pending charges. Now we'll give you a chance to defend yourself and then come back with it called dismissed, if what he's saying is all going to work out.
Yes, my vote is to continue until the disposal of these charges.
Okay, and my vote is to continue pending outcome of your trial. So today, sir, your hearing has been continued until the pending outcome of the trial. And that will sign us off at this location at 325 at West Baton Rouge Parish Jail. That concludes our business today.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.